Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales on Tap, the place where usually a group of good friends get together to share stories about all sorts of D&D madness. However, we are back with Last Orders tonight. I hope everyone is doing well. Let's get into tonight's session, but before we do, let's say hello to everyone, shall we? Hello,
everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Okay,
Hello,
so
everyone.
as you can see tonight, we are joined by none other than Dan, Evan, and Natalie. We hope you're all doing very well. This is obviously our Last Orders show where things are a little bit different than our regular scheduled broadcast, where we do not play D&D, but we talk a fuckload about it. So, this is where we answer all your questions that you have boiling about the Fallen campaign, Spelljammer, Tales on Tap in general. Then we're going to be looking at doing another tier list. We've got another one planned for tonight, as well as doing the Name That Spell quiz at the end. So, lots to get into. But before we do start having a bit of a chat about all of those things, I just want to go through a couple of quick announcements before we kick in. So, as always, our sessions and our streams are sponsored by our good friends over at Valkyrie RPG. If you are in the market for some shiny new math rocks, other words, dice, and all manner of other D&D things, then head over to valkyrie-rpg.co.uk and you can get 10% off your store-wide purchases when you use the code TALES10. So head over there in the break or after the stream a bit later on and make sure that you drop some support and show them all the love. They're lovely people run by two individuals called Nick and Danny. They're incredible individuals. Or Nix and Danny. If she sees this, I'm going to get murdered for that. Nix and Danny. They're wonderful individuals, so head over there. If you haven't already, as I'm sure most of you already have, but if you haven't, head down into the About section below and you'll see all of our social media links. You'll see links there to our Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok's on there, Facebook, all of the social medias. Do us a really big favor, go over there, hit the follow button, subscribe to all of those. We regularly post things on all platforms. I haven't uploaded any clips this week on YouTube yet, but that is coming.
Instagram's been a bit lacking in the last 2 weeks, but that will be rectified from now on.
Yeah, we are great here at things like that. So anyway, other than that, if you are a little bit short on funds as well, and you really want to support us, but we are going through a global economic crisis all over the world. Times are a bit hard, but you can subscribe for free if you already pay for an Amazon Prime subscription. You can link that to your Twitch account, and you get one free subscription each month. And what better way to spend that free money than on your good friends here at Tales on Tap? Also, if you are in the market for any art commissions, by all means, reach out on any of our platforms. And also, we have a Discord as well. The link's down there. Head over to our Discord. You can reach out over there to us, ask us questions in there, kind of just join this little community that we're trying to build. And show us all the love and support there. But I think that about wraps up the announcements. So, let's get into tonight's session. So, run to the bathroom. I know that JJ Timberman has already gone iced coffee check, loads of stuff. Go get yourselves drinks. Yeah.
Way, dude.
Exactly. So, get yourselves ready as we jump into tonight's episode of The Last Orders. There we are. Nice, quick little intro. So, before we get into the down and dirty of what's happened in the Fallen campaign, because that's what we're going to discuss first, how are we all?
Great. I
Good.
have recovered somewhat emotionally.
Fantastic.
Yeah, emotionally.
Yeah, no spoilers for the people who haven't watched it yet, but
we're gonna be discussing.
If we're talking about the Fallen, it's gonna happen.
we're gonna
come up.
Definitely going to be talking about that.
Yeah, if you haven't watched last week's episode, watch this on the VOD. Go watch that now.
Yeah, that'll be uploaded tomorrow. Make sure if you haven't watched on Tuesday's session, watch that tomorrow night, because there's going to be some spoilers tonight of what happens. But it was not good, was it, guys? It kind of wasn't. It wasn't great. It's fine.
It didn't go according to plan of what little there was.
It was a TTK.
It's fine. It could have been worse. It couldn't have been worse. However,
Very close to almost was.
So
Timberman has already spoiled it in the chat.
yeah, there we go. So for those
We
of you
warned
guys
people.
that haven't seen it,
Last was off.
there we go. JJ Timberman has kind of let that out of the bag. Yeah, R.I.P. Feathers. But before we get into all that, so you guys have had a little bit of a trek. So talk me through. I mean, I know that I haven't spoken to either Dan or Natalie since we actually arrived at the Glen of Alovan and all of that business with the elves, and then now heading to Mithranor. I mean, how do you two feel about like how that's come about? And I suppose you were kind of strong-armed into it by being taken sort of not against your will, but kind of moved across the world, so to speak.
We were taken. I felt bad about what had happened just before that because I felt that was my fault. I'm not saying it was, but so I was happy to go with the group. So I mean,
as little responsibility as possible. Yeah, just.
Karma's a bitch, or isn't that what the people are saying?
It was a nice change of pace. Going from the traveling and being right there with the enemy to a lovely elven glen where it's all peaceful and vegetarian and tree hugging. I mean it was a very sharp change of pace. I loved it, I have to say. I mean I love traveling in D&D, but I also I appreciated the change of pace. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the change of pace, and the thing was that when you guys arrived, I don't think you quite understood the stakes and what was at risk and what was at stake at that point. So you immediately arrived knowing that something bad was happening. But I mean, Dan, did you have any idea that what you were about to walk into was going to be a complete infestation of this horrible blight on the forest of Shionthor?
I mean, we never know we never know the stakes when we go to a place. So this isn't. It's very much a case of one city with issues that we're trying to solve, sort of do it and leave, to a caravan full of issues that we sort of solve, leave, and then to another city where we actually have sort of solved something, kind of. But it's. I mean, for me, it always feels like we're. Just it was like
just.
skin of our teeth. Most of this campaign, it always feels like we're on the back foot. And I think it's supposed to be that way, and that's how adventures run. But we are very much led by the nose by people who know more than we do to put into situations that we sort of understand but don't, and then find out it's a lot worse than they have actually let on. So it's not a surprise so much, but it is still difficult to tackle.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of given the idea that, yeah, you need to come, bad things are happening, we need to kind of deal with this and we need your help. And then when you arrived, it was like, oh no, this could potentially, this could end the world. Like, if this isn't stopped now, this is going to get very bad and people are going to suffer. And I think the consequences aren't just people are going to die, because that's always like an overarching thing with a D&D campaign, that people are always in danger, but it was like the natural world and the world around you was at risk of being completely destroyed. And I think it just adds so much more tension to any given situation, I think. But a lot happened when you guys arrived at the Glen. The big thing that we discussed last time we had Last Orders was Ash now becoming the Stormlord's champion. I mean, Evan, when you spoke about this last time, you kind of iterated towards that nobody was expecting that. Like, this was something that was well and truly unexpected. And I think from your point of view, that something that we kind of touched on last time was you kind of felt a little responsible for that because of the connection that you had with Ash and the kind of the threads that were pulling and kind of attaching to you two. But I mean, you already said that you had no idea about that, but it was kind of action is consequence.
Yeah. I'm also a little bit worried because, you know, I think I mentioned this last time as well, but like, so she became a champion of a god. Well, that sort of further Michael's already sort of thoughts about, well, maybe I'm the bad side of the coin then. Sort of if she has a god fighting by her side or is champion of a god, then what the fuck am I connected to? Sort of thing. So it's going to be interesting, especially with what happened last episode as well. It's like definitely intriguing to see where this road is going to take all of us. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already know that I've got most of this shit mapped in my head already, and how it all plans out and how it all connects. But I mean, Han just posed a very good question. So you guys had no clue that this was happening, and then the day of the session, I sent you all stat blocks for monsters with one instruction: take her down. I mean, Han's question is, when Dan gave you those stat blocks, what were you all thinking was going to happen?
Well, we'd already kind of had a similar situation. Well, I'd had a similar situation with Dan's, so Jove's red god, Red Eye? Was that his name? Yeah.
Old Red Eye, yes.
Old Red Eye, yeah.
You got there.
Where we were given a stat block and said, take him down. And I was like, okay, so I kind of, I was like, all right, I really enjoyed that. So I was just like, yeah, because I mean, I don't really enjoy PvP at all, but I do a little bit. I don't enjoy it in character. So Feathers, I would hate Feathers to do any sort of PvP with anybody, but being a monster, you're like, hell yeah, I get to just be mindlessly evil for no reason, and I fucking love that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, just for short periods of time.
I mean, again, same as Natalie, because it's happened to me before. I kind of guessed that's where it was going, just because it's a near identical situation, just slightly higher stakes because she got more out of it.
Can I see a little bit?
Wow. Wow.
It's fine. It's fine. Not anything.
Han just went, I'm just better. What can I say? Nice. But
I mean, for now, it was nice to be I feel a little bit bad because I feel like we took the skeletons and went, these are clearly slightly comical characters, so we're now going to like stand on each other's shoulders. We're not zombies so much as we are just skelly bones or whatever. What was it? You know, the things that live down the stairs in the dark cellar. Other than that, it was fun.
Blame me for that because I was the first one who went, well, I'm going to climb on top of him. And sorry about that.
But I think that was the point, and I think there's always going to be a part of a player that when you kind of go, here's an enemy stat block, your instruction is to go and kill and destroy the player that you're against, there's always going to be a part of you going, I really don't want to do that because I love that character and I don't want to do that to that player. But then the other side of it, as you've just said, Natalie, where you're like, this is going to be so much fun.
There was a nat 20 that I felt bad about cheering for a second. Like, I was like, yeah, yeah, no. It's like, it's our side. We get to cheer now, but no. So, yes, Han, I did feel great about taking you down or trying to take you down, but no, it was also, there's that element that I am hurting.
Yeah, and I think
I didn't feel that, surprisingly. I was just happy to be doing so. I didn't really bother me that much. I knew she'd be fine. I knew she'd be fine. It wasn't anything we were going to actually do.
But I think it kind of alludes to what you were saying a moment ago, Dan, about it being at such high stakes. And I think now that we're getting further and further into this campaign, I think one of the most overarching things is this is big stake play that we're getting into now. This isn't like bandits pillaging a village kind of thing. This is world-ending things that you guys have to put yourselves in front of. And consequentially, when this happened to Han, it was more about, yeah, okay, you guys were sent in to try and destroy her, but it was about what actually being asked? What was the end goal? And to come out the other side of that with one of the characters being named a Stormlords champion is just insane. But it didn't then end there, and there was no moment to rest after that, because as soon as that happened, the next day, you're pretty much packing your bags and heading out into the forest. And like you said, none of you really knew what to expect. You had an idea that what you were being asked to do, but I mean, let's kind of take it step by step. You come across these dwarven ruins covered in this blight, and these ginormous frog-like creatures come out, and that was a tough fight.
Yeah.
Before you even get into the ruins. And I think something that kind of speaks to me as watching you guys play through that is, from that moment, your backs were against the wall that entire way through those ruins. I mean, how did you guys, as players, cope with not only your character sheet management, but knowing
That's what I found hard.
full well that this was going to be a long road? What was the most challenging bit?
For me, it was resource management, because I've never done. I've done dungeon crawls before, where we've done little bit, big thing right at the end. But to have the big fight right at the beginning, I kind of forgot that we were about just to enter a dungeon, or a temple. And so I fired off all my spell slots, all my charges, everything, and I went into that dungeon completely tapped. I mean, I was good on HP, but that alone, and I was like, oh, okay, realizing that we weren't gonna get like any sort of rest, rest enough for me to get anything back, and I was just like,
yeah,
maybe I should have done that differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of, so most of the encounters that you guys have been through for the most part of this campaign are either a couple of small ones thrown throughout a day where it's not so much necessary to have to manage resource to that extent, or one big combat experience where you guys get to just unleash everything you've got. So this was a little bit of a challenge, right?
I mean, this is what happens when you put an RP heavy group into a dungeon crawl and don't give them time to actually figure out where the line got drawn. So, I mean, I'm quite lucky because Jove isn't a particularly resource heavy character, so I don't have a lot to think about when it comes to that. It's either swing axe or activate a curse, and pretty much that's where I'm at. My resource management comes from making sure that people behind me still have things to do while I'm in front, holding people up. Like,
your resource is more hit points. Yours was more hit point management than resource management.
Yes. I mean, I have to make sure that I can take a decent hit, which I can now, that I can rage, but I also have to make sure, I feel like I have to make sure that like Feathers and Clovis and Ash to a degree aren't too spent to the point where, because the second we hit those frogs, I was like, oh, we're going really hard on these guys, and there's still a massive hole there. That's not going away. And then we went down, I was like, oh, it's getting so much bigger. And like our first encounter, we just didn't look up, and these squid things just came and just wrecked us. And we're like, right, we're dungeon crawling now. We're not doing the things we should be doing in a dungeon crawl.
Yeah.
I can't believe that bat, or those bats almost like downed us. Genuinely, and they're fucking bats. But because of the fight previously to it, it was just like, oh, okay, that's what is different. It's fight after fight after fight. It's something I've never done before.
Yeah.
So I had to learn on the fly how to do that.
I think it was a little bit of a reaction from us as well, like as players, because like we said, the sort of first fight we got really into, and I just remembered myself just like, okay, remember, just use your basics for this next one, because when it comes to it, you are gonna need to do whatever you can with the rest of what you got for that fight, most likely for the big thing. So it was sort of when the bats came to us, it was more of like, okay, so let's not let's not spend too much, and instead we try to spend as little as possible, instead depleting our HP bars instead of in. So we sort of got tapped on both things, but that eventually gave us the short rest.
Yeah,
I don't think we would have
Clovis.
taken that otherwise.
Yeah. Clovis was choosing to actually hit them rather than to use his spells, because he realized that this obviously wasn't the big fight either. He was choosing to use HP, which he never does. So that's where I noticed that.
I think to the theme I went with this is, and I'm sure that you'll all agree. No, is the overarching theme was there's always a bigger fish.
There was always a bigger fish.
So you start with the frogs, and you manage to get through that, and it was a challenging fight because of the terrain and the big monsters and things, but it wasn't challenging to a point where you go, okay, I'm really back against the wall. But then the bats came to kind of level up on the frogs, then gelatinous cubes plus traps. It just kind of tipped and tipped up, and the stakes got higher and higher, and this wasn't exactly a dungeon that would be easily navigated either. There was pitfalls, there was environmental shortcomings. I mean, if you guys hadn't have rolled as well getting across the rope, you'd have fallen 35, 40 feet, taken a load of damage. You also, because there's so many things that I could go into about this whole dungeon, but I feel like one of the biggest things that I kind of take away from it is that, like you said, Dan, you're a very RP heavy group. But then exactly what you've just said as well, Natalie, is it taught and it kind of got you all to kind of go, right, we need to adapt on the fly to the surroundings, to where we are, and resource manage, plan ahead, not make any silly mistakes. I mean, for God's sake, I mean, the dragon nearly died, like, just through opening a door.
Oh, yeah. Right. Zayla. Sorry, I thought you meant the boss. Yeah.
No, Zayla nearly died, and I think.
What's the door?
But the thing is, like, how did you guys feel? Because I'm curious. I guys went in there with multiple little quests. You had to obviously stop what was going on, find the crystals, find the
flowers,
the flowers, all of that. How was it ever a point of, for any of you, going, we have too much that we need to do, let's focus on one thing? Or was it, was it easy enough to manage and always enough to kind of go through and find?
I think those three were kind of set there fine. But I think we've all gone, well, if we find Viz, we find Viz. If we don't, we don't. We're not looking for him. If we stumble across him at this point, of course we're going to help him. But none of us are actively looking for him, apart from I think we asked the bird. But so that is also, it's on our to-do list, essentially, and it's something we've all kind of gone, well, I know that's how I felt it, is that we've all kind of gone, well, if we come across him, we'll bring him back. But
yeah.
I think especially now, I think had the last fight sort of gone in another direction, maybe this would still be the priority. But I personally feel like maybe the party's sort of objective has changed now. Because at the end of the day, we are a group first and foremost, and we're gonna take care of our own first. Yeah. But I think that still is an objective in our mind as well, and it might be that we go back at one point if we can.
Yeah.
I think,
who knows?
I think one of the difficult things about not fetch quests as such, because I know that's not what it is, but with things like that, it's because we do roleplay so heavily with each other, it's very hard to. Yeah, those are decent. That is a good shout. I need to get my mini axe. It's hard to roleplay not being tense about a situation and going, well, we need to go explore this cave, find whatever's making all this goo and sorting things out. But first, let's just go and find some flowers, or let's stop and find some rocks. It's hard to. It's for me anyway. It's hard to as Joven, as a sort of player, just go, well, we have this very important thing to do that could end the world, but first let's take care of the side quests, and then let's get back on track. So I think it's a difficult thing we have to manage with all our ones, though. Like, where do we go? How
well
do we convince ourselves that these side things aren't as important as the actual main objective? And then,
but I think the way that dungeon was designed, you would have come across things depending on the route you'd have taken. So, if the way that you went through, if you'd have taken that passage first and got to the Guardian, you'd have found the flowers in the Guardian before even fighting the guys doing the ritual. So I suppose it all depends on, like, you know what I mean? Like, what comes first in the map. I mean, Hans just put here a question that I feel is really important. How do you think, then, that doing this dungeon crawl, before we get into what happened and the big bits, how do you feel the dungeon crawl has impacted your character's way of thinking?
Oh, I think when that hit
or
me,
even
that our thoughts have changed.
I was going to say, or even you
then,
as players.
Well, I think it's a bit of both. I think as an RP heavy group and as the way our group actually is, when we stopped and said, okay, what are we doing with this dragon? And Jove was saying, okay, we need to take his legs. And we were actually, for the first time, really strategizing, like, before we went into that last fight. And that is something we haven't done and then followed, ever.
Maybe we didn't really this time.
Well, I think to a certain degree, to a certain degree, I went for the eyes and people did go for the legs. And that would never have happened before this dungeon. I think everyone went, okay, actually, seems how we talked about stuff and then just rushed in and failed with the conjuring of the dragon. We were like, okay, we're going to have to actually talk about it and actually follow it.
Yeah.
And I think that's a player thing and a character thing. I think that did change in the last session.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so kind of going back to that then, you guys, as you got to that main ritual chamber where the guys were performing that ritual, you did do that. And the strategy was, we're going to burst through the doors and we're going to unleash fury on whatever is behind it. We don't know what's behind it. We can hear chanting. We're going to bust through the door, and whatever it is, we're going to deal with it. And to somewhat, you did. Now, as you guys went through that, and let's kind of cut to brass tacks, that was a very close encounter. You were very, very close in actually achieving and stopping the ritual before it came to completion. Is something I never thought I'd say live on Twitch, but when
Twitch after dark,
it is the Last Order show. So anyway, but what was going through your minds at the end of that session? Because it wasn't the end of last session; it was the session before. You guys fought a very hard fight, but still failed, and it was unleashing whatever it was. What was the kind of thought process at that point as players? As we kind of logged off the stream, you went away from your computer, what were the thoughts running through your mind like?
I think it was
mine.
sort of... Yeah, go for it.
No, I was going to say, personally mine, we were never supposed to win that. I genuinely didn't think that was something we were ever supposed to win. I thought that was something we were supposed to get stalled on to summon the thing that then we were supposed to fight. Because genuinely, we've not come across enemies that are in a small group that way that we can't handle individually. So we split up.
I thought that until he said about the resistance to acid. Because both me and Clovis were focusing our magic in an acid way, and that wasn't actually doing any damage. So I think if we hadn't focused on doing acid damage, then we may have actually won that. And I might be wrong. I defer to the DM on that because you know how much HP they had. But I genuinely think that we just chose the wrong element, and that that happens.
I kind of agree with Dan on this as well. It's like I thought that maybe we could as long as we stall them or stagger the ritual, that maybe that would help.
Mm-hmm.
But I also wasn't expecting the fact that these guys were going to be this hard to take down as they were. And as soon as that realization hit, that's like, oh, okay, we need to focus fire on one, maybe. And I think that's sort of also reflected in the fight that came afterwards as well. It was sort of like our characters learned from that mistake.
Yeah.
Like now, obviously now we only had one thing to fight, but we didn't know that at the time. But it was sort of like, okay, so we all do this tactically now, because when we went in, we literally went in, okay, well, if we attack all four, or distract as many as possible and just go for them, maybe we can take them all down before anything of this happens.
I mean, one thing I will say, and I will make this very clear, I will never put unwinnable fights in front of you guys. Kind of based on what you were saying, Dan, like, you don't feel like you were ever supposed to win that fight and it was only ever supposed to be stalling. I will always tell you there is more than... I will put engagements in front of you or encounters in front of you where there's more than one way to win them. And different... So to win that encounter or to beat that encounter, you had to take out a certain number of those creatures, and it took those creatures a certain amount of rounds of concentrating on the ritual in order to complete it. So by hypnotic pattern was amazing. It was an amazing shout. If the creatures had rolled low enough for two of them,
that would have stopped it.
That would have stopped it. If the acid damage hadn't have been a thing, that would have stopped it. It wasn't an unwinnable fight. It was just you had to. It was just a different way of winning it. I think
it's not. I guess unwinnable might be the wrong way to describe it. Then I think so. The way I see the encounter coming as we came in, because they didn't stop. Like nothing broke their chant even when we hit them physically. So that was just something that was going to always happen. We don't have the resources to stop that kind of chanting. And as a group, the way we deal with encounters, we wouldn't, if there was a timer on it, we wouldn't have figured it out soon enough to then start banding together onto one to undo what was going on. So it sort of, it led into, it was almost like a trap that led us into our old habits where we all pick a person, just start wailing and hoping for the best, as opposed to, and we never would have figured it out in time because it was only like 3 rounds of combat before one went and like melted away.
Yeah. But I think that again leans into exactly what Evans just said, because the next encounter that you came across, you were like, okay, there might be more to this than we're actually thinking. Maybe just going in and wailing on things isn't always the best way to go about things.
That's the only string in my bow. What am I supposed to do?
But I don't think it's just one person. It made us all change.
Yeah, and I think it galvanized you guys as a group, because as soon as the roof collapsed and you all found yourself afterwards, it was like, right, we failed to stop whatever that was, but we will not fail to stop whatever was summoned. And it galvanized you as a group, and that kind of leads us on to the next big encounter. That fight on Tuesday was amazing.
Right.
Amazing in so many different ways. It was so tough. You guys were tapped. Some of you didn't have many hit points when you went into the fight. Some of you had barely any spell slots. You had to utilize the environment, flanking positions. It had lair actions, legendary.
The chat came out clutch with some of those bloody what do you call it?
Inspirations.
Yeah, like genuinely.
But it all resulted in not only, it was a bittersweet victory, right? It was a very bitter.
I don't know if there's any sweet in it, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it was bittersweet. You guys,
for how well we did, So
you guys did amazingly. It was bittersweet because you stopped it. You won that fight, but by winning that fight, you lost a very dear friend. Oh, God Mode is raiding with a party of 10. Hey guys, welcome in.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for raiding us. This is our Last Order show where we discuss all things in our D&D games. It's kind of just a chill vibe. We're going to be just talking our main campaign, then another one of our campaigns, and then we're going to do a tier
Fun
list a
things.
bit later on. So we're doing a tier list where we rank what we think are the best cantrips. So we're going to be ranking the cantrips a bit later on and doing a tier list of the cantrips. So welcome in, everyone. Thanks very much for stopping in. But yeah, so the end of that fight, we got apologies for spoilers, but we lost Feathers. Feathers died at the end of it.
I have to say that was hard for me. Like genuinely, I'm so glad. As I said, but for anyone who watched, we always roll our death saves privately to Dan, so the rest of the party don't know fails and successes. And I turned off my camera because I knew that I can't keep stuff off my face. I can't. And it's great for Dan sometimes when he's DMing and he can just see the reaction right across my face, but the party would have known. So I turned off my camera, rolled my death save, and I was already down one death save because of
full damage
on me or something. Full damage, that's right.
Yeah.
And then I got a nat 1, so it was the first death save, and I was dead.
Yeah, and so for you guys at home, for people that haven't seen our campaign, the way that I run death saves with this group is they have to roll them privately and then send me the result privately so that nobody around the table will know the result. So Natalie went off cam, rolled the result, and sent me the result of a nat 1. And I know you went off cam to hide your facial reaction, but I really could. I was struggling to hide
when
mine.
I was clipping, I was like, oh, I kept off my face, but
yeah. But then after that, you guys were looking at how to sort that out, and there's a question from JJ Timberman that said, I have a question. Why isn't there a barbarian heal action so that they can let out a barbaric roar which helps allies? I mean, the Hulk did that a lot in the comics. In that moment, you guys would have... That wouldn't have worked anyway. But an interesting point. Barbarians should have some way of doing it. But Jove is a little different because Jove does have abilities.
Don't tell me, because this is one of the things that killed me during that. Because you were stuck behind a lair action rain, I couldn't see that you were down.
Yeah.
And I do have the ability to transfer hit points, but I didn't know, so I couldn't run to you and do it. And that was fucking chocolate rain.
Just
Some
so
say
you're
try
aware,
and others feel the pain.
you putting your arms up like that is messing with the
I see
camera.
it. I'm casting invisibility. Hold on.
But no, and to be fair, if you had gone, oh, I just wander over there for no reason, it would have been completely out of character. It would be complete metagaming, and that's just not how we roll. So no one judges you for that at all. I do like the idea of Jove just being able to scream,
shouting you up,
and even just like getting a death save, like a success, just
stabilizing you,
rousing someone.
Shout the dying.
Yeah, the dying.
Like I think there should be kind of on that point though. And JJ Timberman makes another point of having a barbaric roar that could erase a failed save, or a failed save but gets a point of exhaustion. So it's all. I think that would be a really cool feature for a certain subclass of barbarian to be able to. There is one for some subclasses where. From Kobold Press that allow you to re-roll a failed save. I don't think there's automatically succeed, but I do know that there is one where you can re-roll it. But yeah, so that
the only one close enough to that is sort of the Astral Guardians, right? But that's more about negating damage or rather than actually healing anything.
Doesn't Path of the Zealot have one?
Well, that's only for themselves.
Only for themselves.
Path of the Zealot is basically once you die, you don't die until your rage ends, but that's at a certain level. So I think that's like quite high level.
But
Yeah,
I think
fair.
Matt just said a good comment. It says, you know what, we play D&D and the dice always have the story to tell.
Yep.
And you know, I have never fluffed a roll, but when I was behind that camera, I've never wanted to fluff a roll more. To say it was a 2, not a 1.
Yeah.
You know, I've never
Hats
wanted to fluff a roll more and just didn't, because that's just not the game we played. The dice tell the story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
I mean, you all saw me. I was fucking broken, but this is. I mean, I can go and cheat at another game if I want to. I don't cheat at this game. We
Never
don't.
play cards with her. She's just awful. Street Poker, everyone's naked but her. It's just it's
That's
it's
how
a
it is.
con.
Well, I mean, how did that kind of make you two feel? I know Evan and Dan, I mean, we've all kind of discussed it privately after the session, but like Feathers is like the little chaotic sweetheart of the group that nobody wants to see any harm come to. Like, it always seems to be you, though, and I don't know how, but it always seems to be Feathers that this sort of shit happens to, right?
We
Don't
did
get me
call
started.
that I would be the first one in the cauldron.
Yeah.
We called it when we got the cauldron.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. All right.
So
Dungeons
There you go.
and Disciples, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, so
I think it was so much of a shock for both for Michael, but also for me as a player, because like we talked about, when I rolled my death save, I could see it was like I could see the dice in slow motion, and I was panicking because at the moment I realized that, like, if I go down here,
oh yeah, neither of you will be
the
getting up.
only one.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
figured
To be-
that out as well. Me and Dan, we would message
Yeah.
him because he was just like, "Don't worry, he's got the cauldron." Right? And I was like, "Oh fuck yeah!"
So
Oh,
when
you know.
when you went down, Natalie, and you had done, it wasn't until that round that you'd gone down. I was like, "Oh, don't worry, Michael's got the cauldron. You should be
Yeah.
okay." That
And then you
round,
went down.
Michael drops. I was like, "Oh no!" Like, if you'd have died at that point, neither of you would have been able,
Yeah.
other than a true resurrection or somebody knowing the raise dead spell.
Which we don't.
And it was also one of those things. I just looked back at the first turn when I took damage, and when you said that, like, does the 16 hit, and it's just my armor class, and I was like, should I shield? Should I shield here? No, I'll do it when I have less HP, because that's probably better. But it was one of those things. Had I shielded that first turn,
Possibility. Yeah.
I would have survived.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
counting from it, because it was like, yeah, it
Can't
was
live like
one of
that.
those moments when you're trying to think strategically and it just bites you in the ass. But yeah, I think it was mostly shock for Michael's part that somebody's.
Well, Han made a comment to say Ash feels guilty. She tried to scoop her up and plead for help, only to have her die in her arms. I mean, that was brutal. But how did that whole kind of thing? How did you feel about all of it, Dan?
I mean, I've said this to you before. It's another, to me, it's another example of we win, but we don't win. We survive and we get through and we get the W, but we don't actually achieve what we set out to do, or something is like all of our encounters. The first one in the cave with the blue dragon guy, the wizard got away, and that's probably led to something else. Brachus von Meer, he got away, we won, but we didn't win. This one, we won, but Feathers has gone down. Again, it's just another case of we're on the back foot, and we get the W, sort of, but it's not a victory we can take any pleasure in. We can't enjoy what we've just done because it's come with too many caveats afterwards.
Yeah, I get
kind
that.
of speaks to our name as well, doesn't it? Though.
Yeah,
because we are the
constantly
fallen.
falling.
We are always falling
fucking
short
falling.
behind. Like, we are just close, but not really at the victory point.
Yeah, but I also feel like this group of characters, especially for me as a DM, like, I don't ever feel like you guys as characters are in it for the glory and for the we've won, celebrations, victory. It's always like you guys are the boots in the mud, getting the job done. Then nobody really says thank you much afterwards, just doing it because you know that if it doesn't get done, nobody else will do that dirty work. And
I think at the start of the campaign, a few of us were definitely, we would appreciate the ticket tape parade or, the win or whatever, But, yeah, you're right. It's different now. Feathers 100% was in it for the money and the glory at the start. That's what she was in it for. But, I mean, it's completely different now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what you guys do now and what actions you guys take to try and get Feathers back.
Panic.
Yeah,
Panic
it'll be interesting.
crisps.
But I feel like you have achieved something great. You achieved something that is remarkable. Like, you saved an entire populace from decimation. You have saved hundreds of lives and potentially the world. Because if this blight continued and continued to grow and grow, just think of how far spread that could get over anything natural. You guys achieved something amazing. Unfortunately, it did cost Feathers, and the rest of you, it cost you Feathers. But onwards and upwards, let's kind of push to see what we can do and what decisions and routes you guys take to try and get things back on track.
Michael's just gonna go back into the mine and grab a pickaxe and fucking hope that it's a salt mine.
Scraping the walls.
The question here, do you think Feathers would have survived if she had been using her air move? She was flying at the time.
The whole thing as I was flying. The only move that I made as Feathers in that fight that I actually regret was that my last move I chose to try and give advantage to everybody with Fairy Fire rather than attacking. But I made that choice, and
yeah, there's no regrets in D&D.
There is no regrets because it's the choice that Feathers would have made.
Who said that?
There's no regrets here. No regrets.
But I was flying the whole time. I took full damage. We're gonna say because I was flying and I went down.
Yeah. Well, that kind of wraps up what I wanted to kind of discuss with you guys about the Fallen campaign. Shall we move on to the other campaign that we are all playing? I can play in a campaign. I get to play in the Spelljammer campaign. It's so good.
Before we go into space, I do want to make a comment. I do love the way you do death.
Whoa.
The way, not in a sexy way. In an emotional
that wasn't
way.
actually what. Okay.
The way you actually bring the story, you try and wrap that person's story up at least, even if it was a meaningless death and I just set off a trap. The fact that you did that moment.
At the end of the session,
people feel better and. I mean, completely stabs them in, the heartstrings as well.
I think the way I like to think about it is that if that is truly the end of a character, it needs to not be brushed over.
Yeah.
And I've experienced this as a player in campaigns before, where I've had a player die, and the DM goes, "Okay, well, yep, you're dead," and he kind of they move the concentration onto the players that are still up and active, and you just kind of sat there in your own heartbreak going, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So for me, I feel like because you don't know if it is or is not that character's end.
No.
And I always feel like you have to celebrate that in some way, and not celebrate the fact that they're dying. What I mean is celebrate the moment and embrace the feeling, because D&D is such an amazing game that I feel like it makes you feel things that other games definitely do not. And I have never lost a character in any other game and literally been streaming, choking up in tears, struggling to talk. I mean, I don't do that in The Sims, and I murder them all the time. But it's right though, and I feel like for me that moment was not only incredible for me to do as a DM, But to kind of bring this whole, because we don't know if she can come back, but if not, we know that she's gone to where she needs to be afterwards.
Yeah,
and it's all about like what, and it's that age-old question, what does happen after you die, right? So for me to kind of celebrate that by going, they're where they need to be now. You don't need to worry about them. It's not like they've been cast into Avernitus or anything like that, or into the 9 planes of hell. They're where they need to be. They're happy. They're comfortable. And it kind of just eases that moment and lets everyone kind of share that emotion. And to be able to share that with you guys as well at home just makes this so much better for us here as well.
Have me ugly crying anytime. Like,
yeah,
genuinely,
I mean,
that's
it had me welling up. Like, I was even doing it, I was sat here going, oh, this is like the worst, you know? But it was a beautiful moment, and it kind of wrapped up that session. It'll be interesting to see what happens next for the characters, how this impacts the relationships between characters, how this impacts the group as a whole. Are you guys as a group, when somebody goes, there's this big threat that we need you to help with, are you now going to go, well, every time we kind of do this, we lose somehow? Are we going to start making choices where we kind of step away from that? Or are you going to be just a little bit more tactical and strategic when you go into it? It'd be interesting to see throughout the rest of the campaign. But let's move on to the Spelljammer campaign, which the second best DM in Tales on Tap runs, Han. I, for one, I love the Spelljammer campaign, and I say it with jest when I call you the second best DM, and it's only a joke, but for me, last session brought such good moments for me as a player, because I know that like towards the end it was very Heskar focused, with him finding somebody else and all that kind of thing. But that session, the last session on a whole, that could have gone so many different ways. Let's start at the beginning, right? We joined that session with you guys on the baking tray and us on the enemy ship, just me and Rory, the two guys that you guys are thinking, fuck. And the whole idea, right, was, I mean, I spoke to Chris.
Because for the past week you were like, you're going to murder all of them.
Well, that was the idea,
plan,
right? I had to stay true to what Heskar would, like, legitimately do. We were just attacked. Heskar and Rory find ourselves on their ship with these creatures in front of us. We don't know if they've just done that, so the idea was, if they make one wrong move, we are going to destroy them.
And Bella would have done exactly the same. Like, we were saying, oh, you know, I wish I was over there, but I was like, actually, Bella wouldn't have been. She would have seen them as hostiles, and if they had made any sort of hostile movement, she 100% would have been in that same frame of mind. It was only because it was made clear that they weren't hostiles, and that's what changed the situation.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic of the episode changed throughout that session as well, because it was like, okay, we were just attacked, but maybe again, oh, that's a very good question. Sorry, I just got a mad question from Han. I'll answer it in a minute, but I feel like it kind of changed our way of because we were attacked, but we didn't have all the answers, and it's similar, and I can see the similarities between the way that we play in the Fallen and this game as well. Like, we seem to act without knowing all the information sometimes.
I think that is also sort of the group that the Spelljammer Academy is, like, compared to the Fallen. The Fallen is a tight-knit group that has been traveling for quite a long time, whereas the sort of Spelljammer group, whatever we are going to be calling ourselves, we really need to figure that out. But the Air Jordans, the way they act,
call ourselves the Air Jordans.
But the way the Spelljammer group acts is very different, because we are a new group.
Yeah.
We literally got thrusted into this, and everybody's individuals still.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
and
colleagues
we were
almost,
especially
we,
in that.
you know,
Yeah,
yeah.
especially in that beginning of that episode, it was sort of like, okay, everybody has their own agenda, everybody has their own deal. Sort of.
We
Yeah.
still do. I mean, we
But
are still very much. We have been put together as a group by a company. I mean, I still do. I mean, I know Bella does at least. She still does feel very much that this is a mission. This isn't a family like Fallen is. The Fallen has very much become Feather's family, where this is. Genuinely, if Heska died, she would not bat an eyelid. Like 100, Bella would not bat an eyelid. I mean, I might go, oh, but Bella wouldn't.
No, but I think like this is something that we do as a group very well, and I think, kind of touching on what you said a second ago, Evan, is over the course of that session, I think the dynamic between us changed and shifted, where we kind of got to know each just very marginally, but moved very, like the shift of it moved very, very subtly towards the end of the session, because we kind of
at the end,
yeah, like we'd just been through something. We managed to get to where we were going, the Rocker Brawl. We got there relatively unscathed. We helped, and I think it was like the first time we'd done something as a group, because we did help the Plasmoids and sent them on their way, and it was kind of like, okay, we are capable, we are still working each other out, but we know that we're all capable, and we can sort of rely on each other now. And I feel like the dynamic of the group sort of shifted through that session, especially from me. From Heskar's point of view, before that session, he was very much, again, him and Captain Flapjack were going to sail off together and rule the world, and then by the end of that session, it was more, okay, maybe these people are people that I can call friends. Maybe they have my best interest at heart, because there's a lot about Heskar that we learned at the end of that last session that gave him mega trust issues. He doesn't trust people very well at all because he's been through some shit. But he's starting to come round now to where he's going, do you know what? Maybe these people he can trust. Maybe he's not going to just walk off when people are talking to him anymore. Maybe he's going to try to get to know.
Well, what happened to Bella at the end of that episode would have had her pre that mission, would have had her finding the next ship off that rock and heading straight to try and find her companion. Like 100%, she would have just ditched you all.
Yeah.
But that is not where her headspace is now. Her space is probably going to ask you guys to help.
Yeah.
Where she would never have done that pre that last minute before. Well, it was really Geo. Geo sent that message to Rory to save her from space, right?
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, that was her turning point with this group, was it's just that she would 100% have left that tavern in the morning and found her way off the Rock of Brawl straight to Toro. Like, she wouldn't have even said goodbye.
Yeah, like that was a huge fucking drop.
Yeah.
Like, I knew that, like, that, we know that happened before we even left the academy, when we had a look through the telescope, and that was so impactful, and it kind of made me feel bad that I was playing a character that really was just chasing this fucking little butterfly and moth thing around that room. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, because as a player, I'm sat here going, fucking hell, like, this is, again, world-ending stakes here, and I'm chasing a pissing butterfly around a room. Like, Jesus Christ.
That's me.
But that save from Rory sort of leans in quite nicely to what JJ Timberman said. That is like, it seems like the Spelljammer group is sort of on have all their sort of last second luck.
Yeah.
Compared to
that is
I
true.
mean, compared to the Fallen, but
yeah,
overall as well.
So Han asked me, Dan, do you think that the encounter with the plasmoids is going to impact how Heskar deals with enemies going forward and make him think a bit more about their motivations? So, this is a bit difficult to answer. So, it's not so much that I think Heskar's motivations, and he'll think more about their motivations. However, before that, he would shoot first, ask questions later. Whereas now that, again, he's starting to get to know these guys, he now is starting to get to the point where he's like, the people I'm with may have something to say about what I'm actually doing, and they might have better plans, better ideas. And he's kind of coming round to the idea that maybe these are people that he can kind of get to kind of check his worst impulses in a way. Heskar will still be this fucking chaotic individual who will do some mad shit, but it won't be more about him thinking about how he deals with enemies going forward. It'll be more about if he sees so typically, let's talk about that encounter. If Geo would have come across at the same time and gone, "What are you guys here for?" and I'd have just shot at the start of the session, I'd have just started, then I started blasting. But well, now that we're getting used to each other more, I think he's going to kind of start to change the character a bit more, I think. So, yeah.
I think it changed Rory, literally uploaded, new protocols due to, the fact that not all strangers are hostiles.
Yeah,
and
so
I think
I've got a few questions, and they're mainly going to be aimed at you, Dan, because Geo and Rory came into this campaign together, and we still don't know how that happened, where that bond has come from as yet. We will do. I'm sure I will make sure we find out. But something that, and it shows in your character, Geo, throughout it, and based on the question Han mentioned, what are your thoughts on Rory's changes over the past episode or two? I think watching Geo, it becomes very apparent where you kind of love these changes, right?
I mean, so
Stop leaning back.
You
keep disappearing. I know. You keep disappearing.
It's my character class. I'm a furbolg. What was it? So Rory was I know the reason why Rory has changed, and I know sort of the minutiae of why in the background, but so compared to the rest of you, Geo is obviously a lot more learned, but from what I have personally created, he has an appreciation for life that he very rarely finds in anyone, and he tries to emulate it wherever he goes. And just because Rory is a machine, it doesn't mean he wants to treat him like one. So he will always try to, be polite, ask him questions, sort of offer him things no matter what. And yeah, him downloading a personality chip to then slowly evolve upon and become more sentient, become more, he got drunk, for God's sake. He's not done that since we've met. He's never been like this before, and it's more interactions with the outside world that's sort of growing him. It's like watching the birth of this sort of new person, and it's as fascinating as it is wonderful to watch, which is why he is so very invested.
Yeah.
proud
I think-
parent.
And I like, but that's what I was going to say. That's the vibe I get. It's the Geo strikes me when he is interacting with Rory is that proud parent watching his kid ride a bike for the first time. That's kind of how the impression I get. Is that the sort of vibe that you're intending to give off, or is that just a?
It's not what I was going for, but I will take it. So again, it's like watching. I suppose like plants bloom in slow motion. You're sort of watching the evolution of this thing in front of you, and what you knew to be all programs and users do not have friends and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah.
He is slowly moving out of that to trying dancing, to talking, and responding better. There's an evolution to him, and he wants to encourage that as much as humanly possible. So yeah, it's kind of parental in a way. There is I'm watching my little one learn.
Yeah.
It's slow, and he still cuts people, but we're slowly teaching him to not put the scissors down.
Yeah, I mean, I love Rory as a character, and I love Chris's embodiment of that character when he plays it is beautiful. watch.
Mhm.
But one character that also stands out to me that I'm very curious about, because we've got very little from and about, is Bella. And I will say that I don't know if, again, this is your intentional plan, but like the impression I get from Bella is she's very much will stand at the back of the crowd, observe everything, make her judgments at that point, figure people out from a distance before investing anything. Is that kind of
100%. So she spent, and I've said this in games, so I don't mind saying it now. She has spent a long time alone. So she is very old. You guys have no idea how old she is, but she has spent most of her time on her Todd. So one, she doesn't really know how to interact with people. So that draws her to the back of the room and to people watch, to see. She's always looking for the danger. She's always looking for the true intentions of people. So it does lead her to be a more quiet character and a more reserved character. But yeah, she is slowly seeing that it's okay to talk. And again, I think it might be because Gio opened up about his past, that she felt the need, the actual, probably for the first time, the want to actually talk about herself, and to anyone other than her comedian, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, she still sees Gurgle as a robot and Rory as a robot. So she's going to find it harder to open up to you two, even though she knows you're a plasmoid, not a robot. But I think it's because of your facade that she struggles with that, and because she people watches, she face gesture watches, and that's hard to do with a news.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the eyes? Where's the eyes? Are they squinting? I don't know.
I don't know. But yeah, there is a lot that I can't wait for you guys to find out. I didn't realize that backstory was going to be thrown out that episode.
Yeah. Like that.
Yeah.
How did that impact you? I'm going to come to you in a second, Evan, about Gurgle, because there's some I want to know about certain things with Gurgle, and especially in that last session. But how, as a player, you create we all do it. We create these characters and try to invest, especially with this group, invest a lot of time and effort into building a backstory worthy of the character we want to play. But then 2 or 3 sessions in, Natalie, for you to then find out that Coral, where you're from,
how
impactful must that have been as a player? Because that, for me, like, so quick to just be like, bang, this massive thing, woof, deal with that.
So I've dealt with something and she's dealt with something. So you, as a person, kind of fucked me up. Yeah, last episode on Last Orders, you were like, yeah, it's not going to be 6 weeks, it's going to be 6 months. So I was just like, oh, that changes the game.
I will say that wasn't my fault. If you have any fingers to point, spottable mammal, if you're still in chat, this is all on you, baby.
I had an idea of Bella, and she had she had a backstory, but it was much more refined, much more open-minded. Broad is what I was looking for. It's much more broad. So she had motivations rather than actual backstory, because I didn't intend any backstory to come into the game with 6 episodes, where you made that decision along with Bobble Mammal. So I was like, okay, then me and Han hashed out an actual backstory. And then the next episode, she was just like, boom, blow that up. I was like,
yeah. It's remarkable, the similarity between the way that you've just described how that made you feel and how I felt in the last session towards the end. Because we all came into this with the understanding that this is going to be a 6-week-ish mini arc thing. When I designed Heskar, I had a very small, and Hannah will tell you it was a paragraph of backstory. That's it. It was like bullet points of this is it, bang, 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 and this is him as a character in a sentence. And she was like, okay, I can work with that. And then at the end of the last session, she pulled that trick and brought another bloody hippo in from my planet, and I was like, how do I deal with this as a character? Like, what the fuck?
There has been a couple of moments that I've gone, okay, give me a second. How would Bella respond?
Yeah.
I had to think
Pause
about
the video.
that. How is Bella going to respond to that? Because I don't actually have that on hand. But yeah.
Crazy.
No.
I mean, I say I created a character like that. We all know that Dan didn't. Dan doesn't do that. Dan has created his like paragraph after paragraph, multifaceted. Like he'll have
he knows his ancestors.
Created a culture.
Oh no, straight up, I built a character for a full campaign, for potentially a 4 to 6 week campaign, because I can't not. I have an entire family tree from when he was born to where he got to where he is now. At least 3 or 4 different like objectives that he's trying to achieve straight away. Homebrew items, homebrew spells, an entire personality and reason for being about a good chunk of NPCs that I've just had Hannah litter throughout the place, because I cannot just create minor characters. It's not within me. I need to have it behind me.
No.
You find your joy, and that's what we love about you. It's just that you find your joy in filling out even one-shot characters.
I could literally sit here for the next 3 hours and tell you all about the culture that he's created for the fallen character Jove, or everything, man. Loads. But I just want to come to you, Evan. So the beginning of last session, we meet plasmoid prisoners. And as playing a plasmoid yourself, I want to kind of touch on how that was for you, because I don't know much about Gurgle's backstory, although Heskar and Gurgle do know each other from a very, very, like, brief time. We never really discussed things like that. So how was that for you?
I mean, it was interesting because it was really fun for me as a player because I very much play on opposites whenever I create a character, and it was really fun because I was just thinking, it's like, oh, Heskar's gonna kill these people. This is gonna be fun because Gurgle is just thinking, yeah, screw it. I mean, if it wasn't for Geo in the last episode, if it wasn't for Geo following me down, as soon as those pods would have taken away, they would have blown up. Because Gurgle was going down there as soon as he heard about escape pods, he was going there.
Yeah, I'm
because
so
reasons.
curious to find out why.
What's your thoughts?
I can't wait to find out why. But I know there is a reason. You're not just doing it to fuck.
Well, does this, in fact...
Is there a reason though? It
Well,
feel like
he did reveal something at the end of the last session to Heskar, which may have something to do with that. Because Heskar revealed at the end of that last session that he's sort of on the run.
Oh, and he's on the run too, yeah.
Gurgle mentioned that he was as well. Oh, that's...
Yeah, but the question is also, is that true? Or is that just to gain your trust? Because that's very much how...
Heskar will never... Listen, Heskar will never roll an insight check this entire campaign. I just want to make this abundantly clear. Heskar will believe anything anyone says to him. Like, he is that guy.
We could have fun.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
You lied to the most lovely person in the galaxy.
However, he's not avert to lying to others either.
No, but so it was interesting because I mean, Gurgle's fully up for killing people, and I mean, you all heard the backstory. The less people that know him, the better. Or not the backstory, but the mission report that he also tampered with for it not to be read out, but obviously the audience should know it. So yeah, Gurgle's literally thought process is, the less people the better. And so he has no sort of instinct. But wasn't it for Geo, then they would definitely have blown up. But he also got a little bit distracted by the tech that was there, because that's sort of.
I was so on board with stealing that ship, by the way. I don't know if anyone else felt like that. I was so on board with just taking that ship.
Yeah, I think Han definitely threw out there like quite
firm going.
Low fuel. It was like something about it being really low fuel.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to take it. We're like, fuck.
That's why.
So
that's why she's done that.
In Spelljammer then. So we're all currently level 5. I play a level 5 Gift Gunslinger Fighter. We've all been told, and spoilers for you guys at home as well, we've all been told that we will level up relatively, a few times over the next 6 months, maybe 2 or 3 times. Are there any plans for any multi-classing? Because I'm very curious as to what you guys are planning for your characters. If you don't want to say, that's fine, but if you're happy enough to say.
It used to be for me. Before Spottable Mammal made it into at least a 6-month campaign, I thought that we were going to be multi-classing a little bit as well, with Gurgle. I had an idea for multi-classing into fighter.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
either that or I was thinking sort of fighter, or maybe go a weird way and go barbarian, just because I have my things that is basically ancestral guardian barbarian already, but then I could take some other subclass on top of that, still have my things, and
that'd be really fun. That'd be really fun to play.
I don't really use, when it comes to fighting, Gurgle is not really using his spells for that.
Yeah,
it's sort of like, oh, I need to do something out of a fight. Well, then I have a lot of spells for it. But...
yeah. That makes sense. What about you, Natalie?
So, no, I hadn't planned on it. She was going to. So she is a fight. No, she's not a fight. She's a rogue. I keep forgetting she's a rogue, but no. So she, was going to stay because this was supposed to be just a job, basically. And so she was treating it just as such. I can say that she will probably be influenced by, depending on what happens, especially with what happens back on Toro. Then maybe I have been thinking about other avenues that she may go down.
Okay, Geo. Is Geo going full wizard?
Well, I am staying with the Chronomancy wizard. I am not deviating from that path because I have too much planned for what I want him to be to get lost in any sort of multi-classing. I for the first time, well, I say for the first time, this is my second full character, I'm doing more of a support role, so I want to have access to those higher level spells. I want to be able to...
Yeah.
I genuinely can't wait till you get to those higher level spells.
Oh, you have no idea.
Well,
you should see some of the ones I made.
And here's a spoiler, I will be multi-classing.
Ooh.
I definitely will be multi-classing. I tell you what, let's play a game. Let's play a little game. Chat, you guys can get involved as well. Eskar is currently a gunslinging fighter class. What do you think Heskar would want to multi into at this point? And you guys, will pose it to you three as well.
Oh, you're going full as Warlock. Something tells me that you're going Warlock.
I was going to say that, as well as Gurgle, I really want to know what the hell's going on with, his hatred towards his own kind. I really want to know what the leave him alone thing is that we keep getting.
Oh, you will never find that out.
That is so curious to both Bella and Natalie, right? Yeah. I mean, Warlock, it might be a good shout if he's got someone already talking to him in his head and protecting him in some way. But I don't see him doing magic. I I'm gonna just go with like another martial class. I mean, like just maybe a bit of rogue, maybe.
Okay.
Trying
Dan,
to
what
be
do you
a bit
think?
Sneaky about the hipponess.
I mean, I think I already know, but I'm going to say there's two. It's either rogue or ranger. It's going to be
you're
the
going-
full. It's going to be the full long range damage dealing. I'm 200 feet away, but I'm going to do 2d10 plus sharpshooter plus this plus that, and just start blasting from the background.
Yeah.
Dan's going back to his basics, where he's gonna go another
Well-
Gloomstalker Ranger.
Well,
Oh, it's the best
Looking-
ranger class though.
looking at the options available, it could be, given the character sheet, and I'll give you guys a choice of 5. It could be cleric, druid,
No.
monk,
No.
ranger,
No.
or rogue.
Oh no, I could see him doing monk. I could see it. But
I mean, I don't care if people know. They will know eventually. I will more than likely look at probably going, because the difficulty with going ranger, although I may get hunter's mark and spells like that as a bonus action, which would be really fun, I'm gonna probably multi into rogue to get that sneak attack damage from long range, possibly. I am up deciding between ranger and rogue. Ranger would be good for the spells. That's the only reason I would, because you don't get your ranger archetype until level 2.
right.
So yeah, but that leads
But
me on
also-
to...
you don't get a rogue archetype to level 3.
No, I don't need that though. I need
okay.
I need level 1 to get my sneak attack.
That's only an extra 1d8 though, isn't
but
it?
it's
Like, if you don't,
it's
Level 1 is
1d6, I
fine,
think.
yeah.
Anyway,
1d8, isn't it?
but that's the idea I've got. But that leads me into the next question that we were asked a couple of sessions ago, which is from JJ Timberman, who asked, what do we think is the best level to look at multi-classing? And I feel like it's difficult to answer this question, because it not only depends on what you want to build, but how many levels you can potentially take in each class before multi-classing.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of classes you need to get to level 5 to unlock
think some
potentially
six.
things like extra attack, things like that. Like 5 or 6 has to be around there, right?
Yeah,
I think it
but it
depends
also
on the,
depends
the
on.
length of the campaign. Like, you don't want to go, you don't want to waste a level up when thinking,
Yeah.
okay, I'm going to take 3 levels this, and then not get to the 3rd level in
Yeah.
that whatever multi-class. So I think it does depend on, it depends on a lot of factors. It's a hard question to ask. I would normally say 5 or 6 would be the time that I'm considering multi-classing in something else. I wouldn't consider it before that point.
Yeah, I think Spottable Mammal said and kind of summed it up pretty well. If it depends on your class for sure. If you're playing a martial, then it's after 5. For a spellcaster, it's all about how much you're focused on that initial class. Like for a wizard,
Yeah,
you could take a wizard all the way through without ever multi-class,
Yeah.
having the need to.
Mhm.
It all depends, right? A cleric, it would. I mean, I've played a cleric before. I've very rarely felt the need to multi-class as a cleric. You know?
For me,
I think it depends. Yeah, go
Go on,
for
Evan.
it then.
So, I'm one of these people who doesn't believe. I don't really not believe in multiclassing, but I don't think multiclassing should be a thing unless it thematically fits. So just because
That's
you
correct,
want to
yeah.
take a level in something to get this certain buff, if it doesn't fit the character, you shouldn't take it. For me personally, I don't think multiclassing should start till after level 10
Okay.
with any class, because I think you need to get through, because between 1 and 10 you get a lot of the better sort of lower level sort of character bits or class bits that you would need, that you may miss out on. So say if you stop at 7 somewhere, you won't get this specific thing, but then you'll only have 1 level in like 1 class, and it can throw off a build, or it can throw off like sort of the flow of your character. If it fits, do it, but
Yeah, because then it feels like I feel like, depending on the class, if you multi-class too early, you're never really good at either.
never
Like,
catch up.
do you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like you kind of gain benefits, but you kind of stifle the growth of either class. But it depends, man, because some multi-classes are amazing. Like a Ranger Rogue is insane, but you still have to get to a certain level as Ranger before taking the Rogue multi-class, you know?
It also depends on what subclasses you take.
Yeah.
Because like a rogue, like a what's it called?
And
Arcane
again,
Trickster Rogue with Shadow Monk, sort of here and there. You get
yeah,
at 14, you can stop leveling your rogue, go 6. Because I've thought about this before. Go 6 into the monk and have a ninja.
yeah.
It really it depends what you want.
I also think it depends on the length of the campaign you're playing in. A lot of campaigns are designed to take you from 1 to take. Sorry, I've just got crust stuck in my mouth. I think most campaigns are designed to go from like level 1 to say 8 or 12. Very rarely do you get a campaign that goes from level 1 all the way to 20. And even when you do go to 20, sometimes it's always kind of better to go to 20 with one class. Because if you don't go to 20 with
100%.
one class, then you know what I mean? It depends. But
I mean, it depends on the class as well, because some classes get things really early, whereas like a cleric will never get the good stuff until you're like level 18.
Yeah.
Or like you know.
Yeah, I completely
Like
agree.
barbarians, for example, are very front-loaded. Fighters are quite front-loaded as well, which makes them the sort of perfect multi-classing barbarian fighter is like one of the best out there, because at level 12 you literally have everything that you need, even if you split it 6-6.
Yeah,
it's one of those things.
I'm doing
But
that right
I also
now.
think it depends on sort of what class are you starting with, and what class are you going to take your main levels in. Because if you go, for example, barbarian, well, then you can maybe switch at when you hit level 4. You can take another class.
Yeah.
Just to do.
So it's a complicated question, very complicated question. I always agree that it should be thematically to your character as well.
Yeah.
You shouldn't just randomly take a.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I always say, and I've said to you guys in the Falling campaign, if any of you want to multi-class, it has to make sense. Like, you just going, I'm now going to take my multi-class into Wizard, but throughout the rest of the whole campaign, my character has never picked up a book or shown any interest in learning magic. It has to make sense. Spottable Mammal. Oh, go on.
The biggest one was obviously Feather's change to Bard, and that wasn't a multi-class, it was a complete change. But due to my backstory, it 100% made sense.
Yeah.
And so that's why that, we discussed it and you allowed that, because that it did make sense. But we've never had one that no one's tried to change, like multi-class into anything that didn't make sense.
Yeah, so like Joe multied into Barbarian on the sly without you guys knowing. That makes so much sense, because he's a rageful, angry little man. But Spottable Mammal makes a very good point here. I think they should bring back prestige classes so that you can only multi into them after a certain number of levels in the prerequisite classes. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think prestige classes was something else. But I also think, and I think this is something that Wizards of the Coast, and here's a hot take for you, I also think that Wizards of the Coast, by building classes up to level 20, is just a lot. Like, having each class be able to get to 20, each class should only go up to, say, 12, and you should get all the stuff that you get, or, 12 or 14, 15, whatever. You should be able to get all the max stuff, but then to be able to give people the ability, once they hit 12, to go, what class am I taking now? Yeah, and then build into another one. Like, there's, that's my take on it anyway. But that wraps up this section of The Last Orders. We are going to take a little break now, but when we come back, we're going to be doing...
What's that cantrip?
A tier list. So, we're going to come back after the break, and we're going to do a tier list of cantrips. Starting with Acid Splash and going all the way through to Word of Radiance. So if you guys can take 5-10 minutes, we'll probably come back 10 minutes time, so 22. We will be back then, and we'll get straight into this tier list, and we'll go from there. And then if we've got enough time after the tier list, we're going to play Guess That Spell. Cool. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
See you soon.
Bye.
Sweating.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for being so patient with us while we went and had a quick break. So, let's get into the tier list. So, the way this works is we have all the cantrips on the tier list here. We will be going through them one by one, just kind of having a brief discussion and ranking them. So, S being God tier cantrip, A being really useful, can be used by many classes. B being middle of the road, has some utility, but, you know, can be passed up. C being very situational, and D being almost no need for that whatsoever. So, hold on. Dan, don't know if I ever asked you all this, but did any of you ever play Palladium or Rifts? We were discussing it at the break. No, I've never played either of those two, but I have heard of them, and I believe that they have some really cool game mechanics that I could potentially steal for future D&D campaigns.
Are they other RPGs?
I think so.
Heard of Rifts before.
So, how this is going to work, we're going to choose one. I'm going to do it a bit differently this time. So instead of me giving my opinion and you guys giving yours afterwards, I'm going to get your opinions first. I'd like everyone in chat to get involved, so each one I want you guys to discuss where you would put it in the ranking system and the reasons behind why you would put them there, and then we'll go through it that way. So the first on the list is Acid Splash. So Acid Splash has a range of 60 feet, can be cast as one action as instantaneous. You hurl a bubble of acid, you choose one creature you can see within range, or choose two creatures you see within range that are within 5 feet of each other. The target must succeed on a dex save or take 1d6 acid damage, and the damage increases as the levels go up. So, Acid Splash. Where do we think, Evan?
Very situational, I would say. I mean, it's a fair enough cantrip, but for me, it's situational, and 1d6 isn't that good for a damaging cantrip.
Okay, so where would you rank it?
It's not D, I would say maybe C.
Okay, C. Natalie, what's your take on Acid Splash?
I would agree. I would say that there are other cantrips that are very similar that I would prefer to take. I'm comfortable with it being a C.
Okay, Dan?
Put that straight in D.
Okay.
The fact that did you say it must, the fact that it's a dex save on a cantrip to even take damage, I mean, you might as well just choose something else. Like, it is so, just even the minorest of enemies can make a dex save on that, and you've just wasted a turn throwing nothing.
Okay, I suppose for me, I would agree that it's C. Again, the mixture of being a dex save for me, as well as only being 1d6. Alright, it goes up to, I believe, 2d6, 3d6 and such.
2d6 at 5.
Yeah, 3d6 at 11. So really, for most of the campaign, you're only ever going to have a cantrip that could do 2d6. The only reason it saves from D for me is because you can target more than one creature. Are we happy with C?
The damage type for me. The damage type for me is also one of those things.
Yeah, fair. Okay, so happy with C. Let's move on then to Blade Ward. Blade Ward is an action to cast it on yourself, instantaneous. You extend your hand and trace a sigil of warding in the air until the end of your next turn. You have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage dealt by weapon attacks. Okay, so Blade Ward, what are we thinking, Dan?
Same place I put Acid Splash, D. One action for that kind of resistance. It's just such a waste of a turn. If you're in combat and you're even close to enemies as the only 4 things that can cast that, being Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, or Witch, you're doing something wrong. So, yeah, I would put Blade Ward straight in D.
Hey,
Pointless
Natalie?
spell.
I would go C again, just because they are very common types of damage. So that could, I mean, just thinking about our last battle, how much resistance played into that, you know, bludgeoning and piercings are especially lower level, are the most common types of damage that you're going to receive. I would say that's what saves it from a D to me and brings it up to a C.
Okay, Evan.
I'm gonna have to join Dan on the D train there.
On the D train.
On the D train, that's what they call
Love
me.
that. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's too situational. Like, the only thing that brings it up a little bit is the fact that it's still resistant towards magical damage, because it doesn't say non-magical. But you might as well just multi-class into barbarian.
Okay. I am going
or
to
just move
say
30 feet away.
So for me, this would be a C if it was a bonus action to cast.
Yeah.
If it was a bonus action to
100%.
cast, it would possibly even go higher than that.
Yeah.
I would possibly,
you
if it
could
was a
act as
bonus,
well.
if it was a bonus action to cast that, for a wizard, a bard to cast bonus action cast Blade Ward right at the start of your turn, bonus action cast that, bang, for the next round, listening to those damages that you said. But because it's an action to cast, it is in D. Happy with that. Blade Ward, easy D tier. We'll be not taking notes. Yeah, easy enough to say that. No problem. And again, Spottable Mammal says shield exists. There's no excuse for it to be so bad. I agree. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Booming Blade. We will be going at a bit of a quicker pace this week because there's a lot more cantrips than there are classes. So next is Booming Blade. This is an interesting one for me. It's a cantrip that takes an action to cast. You cast it on yourself. You brandish the weapon used in the spell's casting, make a melee attack, and with it against a creature within 5 feet of you. On a hit, the target suffers the weapon's normal attack effects, and then it becomes sheathed in booming energy until the start of the next turn. If the willing creature moves 5 feet or more before then, it takes an extra 1d8 thunder damage. And again, the spell increases in damage the higher level that you get. Interesting. Evan, I'm going to come to you first on this.
I'm gonna say maybe B tier on this one. What sucks that almost brings it to a C for me is the fact that it takes an action and it's not as part of your melee attack. It replaces your attack. So if you have multi-attack, it replaces it with one, which brings it a lot down for me. But apart from that, I think it's good because it puts a condition on the enemy, which is always a good thing when it has something extra like that.
Okay.
And it's good for early levels. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
B
Dan. So B tier for you. Did
B.
you say? B. Yeah. Okay.
Low B.
Booming Blade skirts the line between C and D for me, mostly because it's not a useful cantrip to have on any class until a level 5 when it deals thunder damage without having to do anything else. The thing that really makes this thing not great for me is that the target has to willingly move 5 feet out of range, which means you cannot force them out of place and have the spell take effect. So at no point will an enemy disengage with you once you've sorted that out, because it would just go against common sense or anything. So it's fine once you do level 5, but lower than that, low C for me.
Okay. That's
I 100% agree for pretty much the same reasons. It puts the onus on the attacker to then leave your range, and that very rarely happens. So for that same reason, low C.
Yeah. Here's my take on this, and you guys might disagree with me. I would actually put this in a D tier. The reason for it is, as well as what you said before, Evan, about it being, it replaces your attack. It is when you brandish a weapon and make a melee attack. This spell is only available for sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and artificers. Wizards and sorcerers are very unlikely to use melee attacks. And warlocks, I mean, would you really be using that often? And artificers, I would say, I get it, and I understand when you get to level 5, it gets more, additional damage, and they deal 1d8 without them moving, and then an additional 2d8 if they move. But for me, I feel like it's a solid D. But if we're going B, C, and D, I'm happy to say Put it in C.
Knowing that the classes, I didn't realize that they were the only classes that could take it. I would take it down to a D tier then as well,
Yeah.
because
I think for Wizard and Warlock, though, it's Blade Singer and Hexblade,
Yeah.
isn't it? So those are
It
the
is.
only two classes in that you would ever use Booming Blade on. It's
Yeah,
not like
exactly.
you'd have Booming Blade on, you know, like a
Right,
Evocation
people
Wizard or
see.
something like that.
Exactly.
people want to see.
Are we happy? Are we happy with putting this? I would put that below Blade Ward. In fact, just above Blade Ward in D. Happy with
Yeah.
that? We can move them
Yeah.
around as well. So the closer they are on the tier list to the letter, the more effective and better they are.
The better they are.
Yeah. So Spottable Mammal, C tier at first, but maybe if you're playing Eldritch Knight Hexblade, it could be useful. But for any other ish classes. Even at low levels, the question is why not just carry a second weapon? Exactly. D is
Yeah.
solid. Exactly. Okay, moving on. Chill Touch. Chill Touch, which is an action to cast, but it has a range of 120 feet. Can be cast by sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. You create a ghostly skeletal hand in the space of a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against that creature to assail it with the Chill of the Grave. On a hit, it takes 1d8 necrotic damage, and it then can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Until then, the hand clings to the target. I'm going to tell you something, and I want to put my point across very, very quickly on this, but I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it, actually. Let's go to you then first, then, Ashley.
Yeah.
You love this. Go ahead.
I do love this one. I think it should be cold damage, not necrotic damage, but fair. I love the fact that it's the range on it and the depth damage it does. I would easily, especially for lower level, this is a B tier, like a solid B tier for me. Like,
Okay.
It does a decent amount of damage, and it does it at range for casters that need to be at range.
Okay.
So yeah, 100% it would be a solid B tier.
Okay, Dan.
I'd put it mid B, high C, I think. The range is obviously good. Necrotic damage is a hard resistance to get at low levels, so you're always going to be hitting sort of things like that way. If you're hitting undead, they have disadvantage on attacks, which is always useful if you're surrounded by zombies or whatever. I think the
And
only...
they can't heal as well. It's amazing.
Well, no, this is the thing. When do enemies ever heal? Like as a like it's a good addition and it's fine, but it's very. I've never known an NPC thing to go actually I'm going to chug a potion and then go back into like combat. It's fine and it's good, but it's a caveat I just don't understand. So yeah, mid B, it's good, but yeah.
Okay, Evan.
I would say A on this. I absolutely love it as well. I disagree with that. I think necrotic damage fits very well because of the whole skeletal and the fact that it's a necromancer cantrip, but that's beside the point.
Chill Touch. It's the name that gets me.
Yeah, it's chill.
Yeah,
It's
but it's a
the chill of the
skeletal
grave, isn't it?
damage.
Yeah, chill of
goes
the
up your
grave,
spine,
exactly.
all that kind of thing.
Yeah, but beside the point, my main thing is that I've fought about against enemies before that have been constantly restoring HP, like a little bit at the time, and it's so annoying, and for that reason, I think it's a really good cantrip overall. The fact that it does that, I could normally take this over a firebolt for that simple reason, because
Okay.
I think the effects is better than the damage die.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that I would put this in B. I would place it a little higher if it was... I think having the undead target gives it disadvantage on attack rolls until the end of your next turn, bumps it up for me. It would be a C tier for me, but I think solid B, mid range. I think having the thing that pumps this up as well is it's not just when you hit it, it takes necrotic damage. It has these additional things to it, which a lot of other cantrips don't. So I would say solid B. I think we've got a consensus of B. Yeah, maybe B tier. It's a fine spell. Yeah. Okay, Control Flame. Control Flame. Oh, I need to type this into here. So the list I'm using, I've got D&D Beyond, and I've got another one that only has a certain amount of things on, so I might have to be typing these in. Control flames.
Just get up a wiki on unnamed search engine.
I've got it. So, cantrip, 1 action, 60-foot range. You choose a non-magical flame that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot cube. You affect it in one of the following ways. You instantaneously expand the flame 5 feet in one direction, provided that wood or other fuel is present in the new location. You can instantly extinguish flames within a cube. You double or half the area of bright light or dim light by cast the flame, change its color or both. The change lasts for 1 hour. You cause simple shapes such as the vague form of a creature, an inanimate object, or location to appear within the flames and animate as you like. The shape lasts for an hour. If you cast a spell multiple times, you can have up to 3 if it's non-instantaneous effects active at one time. You can dismiss such as an effect as an action. So, for me, this is a really, really cool spell, but we'll go to you first, Dan, on this. So, cantrip, sorry.
I'd say this was a high B, low A. It's really more of a situational roleplay spell than it is to actually do anything useful. So if you're trying to, I don't know, create faces in fire or do snuff out torches, things like that, it's fine if you have the right environment. But other than that, it's middling at best.
Okay, so where would you rank it? B,
C? So sort of B, low A potentially, but I'd say B again.
Okay, Natalie?
As someone that does enjoy a lot of RP sort of play, I like the out of combat uses that this has. It can come in clutch when in those sort of situations. So in my sort of game, I would easily put it in a low A.
Low A?
Because of the so many things you can do with it. Okay. And you can get creative with it, which I love. It's not just it does this. You can get creative and make it do something that, of course you can do that with it. I like the creativity you can do with it.
Okay, Evan?
I would put it in a C, just because of the fact that it says you choose a non-magical flame, which lessens it quite a lot. Because if you think about, if you cast a fireball, for example, it ignites objects in the area. Well, is that fireball a magical flame, or is that just flame?
Yeah, things that catch fire is non-magical though.
Yeah, but it comes from the magical spell of fireball. So what's magical, what's non-magical flames? That brings it down for me. Otherwise, I would probably put it in B, because it is a really cool thing for role play purposes and can be situationally quite handy as well. But I would say C.
Okay, so we've had two low A's, 1 C. I'm going to cut that down the middle and say, I would say B. High B though. Purely and simply, you do get a lot of utility with it. There's a lot of things you can do with it, although those things have caveats. But the thing that bumps it up from a C for me is that you can double or half the area of bright light on one flame for an hour and cause shapes for an hour, and can do that 3 times while holding concentration on it.
Facts.
Yeah. However, it is only available to a druid, sorcerer, and wizard. I do think that there should be more classes to be able to use this. I know that in Tasha's you can get the additional spells, so I think clerics can also get it. Wizards can now also get it. Oh, sorry. Clerics can get it. I believe maybe paladins can get it as well. But I would say high B, and I would actually argue it's probably below, above Chill Touch for me in B.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would definitely say that it's below Chill Touch in that case. If we're going B, then definitely below Chill Touch.
Below Chill Touch. Are we happy with that?
I'd go below Chill Touch.
Yeah.
I'll go with the consensus.
Just because you get those kind of 3 effects from other spells that don't require it to be fire to do.
Okay.
Yeah, you need a fire there, sort of, for it to even work in the first place.
Well, let's have a look at what the chat say. So, hi Chris. By the way, who's in chat
Hey.
now? B tier for me, Firebolt does better as an attack spell, but it has some utility which makes it above average. I'm all in on the A tier. Being able to put out fires is an excellent utility, and again, ability to stop fire is underrated. The Firebolt itself would be magical. Yeah. Yeah, I think persistent fire as a result of magical fire spell counts as not. Yeah, I think we're happy with where that is. Now let's get into another.
Also, Chris, control flame. You think it would produce flame?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
Produce flame, not control flame is different to produce flame. So next one we are going to talk about is create bonfire. Again, we're going to try and keep this one quick, but it's a cantrip that you can cast with one action. As a druid, sorcerer, warlock, wizard, or artificer, it has a 60-foot range. You can create a bonfire on the ground that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, the magic bonfire fills a 5-foot cube. Any creature in the bonfire space when you cast the spell must succeed on a dex save or only take 1d8 of fire damage. The creature must also make a saving throw when it moves into the bonfire space for the first time on its turn or at the end. The bonfire ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. I believe personally this is a D tier.
Yeah, I agree.
Cantrip. I think if you're going to cast a bonfire, one, it requires concentration to keep it in that space for a minute, and really, unless you're in a wooden ship or something, this is going to be really situational. I think it's a D tier. What do you think, Evan?
I think it's either a high D or a low C, just because it's, for me, this spell is or cantrip, sorry, has always been more for roleplay purposes than anything else.
Yeah.
For me, I don't think so much about damage. Fire damage is usually resisted by a lot of creatures, so that doesn't do much. But I think for the roleplay purposes, be able to create a bonfire in a forest or in a town, you know, that creates a good distraction, or it creates a good ass fire for the party if you are suddenly in a place where you can't firebolt fuel because there's no fuel.
Yeah,
you can magically create this. So I think low C or high D.
Okay, cool. Natalie, you agree with D tier?
I'm going low D. I've never used it where I couldn't use any of the other spells like that do other things that would are situationally better in other situations. It's not one I would ever take over many other of the fire spells. It's just fire cantrips. I low D.
Yeah, low D. Dan?
I'm actually going to go higher than all of you. I think this is a solid C tier cantrip, simply for the fact that it's one of the few fire-based spells that a druid can learn outside of the what's it called? The fire druid. I can't remember what they're called.
Produce flame.
Yeah. No, the subclass.
Oh, right, yeah.
The wildfire. I think 1d8 on a dex is fine. The thing for me that bumps it up is the fact that you can create obstacles for things to have to go through, so they have to make a dex save before going through it, which is, for a cantrip, marginally useful. So you pop one up in a 10-foot thing, they've only got a 5-foot space to get through, or they have to walk through fire. So you're sort of you can create boundaries. It's situational again, but you're creating barriers for things to have to get through, as opposed to just putting down a bonfire and hoping, they want to roast marshmallows or whatever. So I'm going to say mid-C.
D tier, okay. Personally, I think it's D. I think it's very situational. I think, given what you've just said, Dan, I think for me, if I had that cantrip, there would be very rare occasions where I'd actually find it useful and want to cast it. Personally, if I was a druid, fine, you're absolutely right. But I think as a sorcerer, a warlock, a wizard, or an artificer, it's just not going to be a spell a cantrip I would ever pick. I would say top of D tier personally. I would put it above Booming Blade and Blade Ward for that reason.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I suppose on that, then that opens up a whole other avenue of what's a useful cantrip, because then you've got to divide it by subclass. But fair enough, we'll go high D then, because
okay.
Yeah,
it's
high
useful
D,
for some, for not. Useful for
Sure.
some, not for others.
Yeah. Spottable mammal. Brabsy. Very situationally useful. D. Also says spottable mammal. I think C tier. I'm of the opinion that D tier is only for the truly useless cantrips like True Strike. Chris says that he
that.
ranks this along the side of create food and water for me. Only really useful in roleplay, heavy or heavy survival themed campaign. And Spottable Mammal says definitely the bottom of C tier. Okay, bit of controversy there, but let's get on to the next one, which is Dancing Lights. Dancing Light is an action, range 120 feet, concentration of up to 1 minute. You create 4 torch-sized lights within range, making them appear as torches, lanterns, or glowing orbs that hover in the air for the duration. You can also combine the 4 lights into one glowing, vaguely humanoid form of a medium size. Whichever form you choose, each light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the lights up to 60 feet to a new spot within range. A light must be within 20 feet of another light created by the spell. The light winks out if exceeding the spell's range. So, Dancing Lights, Evan.
I mean, I used to play Wizard. I think this is a great spell. I would probably say B or A. Most likely A for me, because it's just very useful for doing dungeon crawls or exploring something without having to actually go in there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a big help for any race that doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah,
basically, and it also helps. It also helps for dark vision players because they can only discern in colors of grays. But as soon as Dancing Light comes up, you can see details.
Yeah. Okay. So A tier for you, Natalie.
Yeah. I'd go low A as well. I think it's most campaigns at least have one character that doesn't have dark vision, and that alone, that can change the landscape of a combat or a dungeon crawl. So 100%, I would say low A. But yeah, I mean, it's a very useful spell.
Okay, Dan.
Low B to C for me. It's good at 120 feet, but at a concentration for only 1 minute, you're really only using it to illuminate battle situations. You're not going to keep recasting it to go through dungeons when you could just use the light spell and do something for an hour at a touch. It's fine, but I think to have to concentrate on it it pulls that way down for me.
Okay, I'm going to actually agree with Evan and Natalie on this purely and simply because, again, although it is concentration, I don't ever think it's not designed to be used in battle, and I don't think you would ever need to have to use it in battle. I think if it got to a point where you were in a fight in a dungeon, you'd have to adapt to that situation. I don't think you would ever keep it up during a fight. I think for the utility of what it is, I'm going to agree that this has to be an A, personally. I think you can't always rely on the fact that every character is going to have dark vision, although most fucking races do now. But it's the
not...
point. The point of it is, it's designed to be there for when you're traveling. Like, I agree with what you're saying, have light on, but I think the light cantrip only has...
Most certain people can cast light as well.
Yeah, and again...
only certain people can cast dancing lights.
But when you touch... It only gives 20 feet of dim light on light. Whereas dancing light, if you spread them out well enough, you can get up to 60 feet of light, dim light, which can illuminate a room. That's why I would say A tier for me. Bottom of A. Close to B, though. Let's have a look what the chat say. Brabsy, B. Great way to spread out light. Even useful for those with limited dark vision. Almost essential for non-dark vision caster. A tier because it's...
A because I forgot about S.
Oh wait, forgot about S tier. Yeah, A tier from Chris as well. JJ Timberman, A tier. This is Dungeons and Dragons, not all characters have dark vision. Spotball Mammal agrees it's A tier. JJ Timberman, S tier if you place it in a magical item for another character to use at will that doesn't have magics. Yeah, yeah, I think we're agreed it's got to be A tier, but at bottom of A, close to B for me. Moving on, one of my favourite cantrips, Druidcraft. Can only be used as a druid. Is an action, has a range of 30 feet, instantaneous, whispering to the spirits of nature. You create one of the following effects within range. You create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next 24 hours. This effect might manifest as a gold orb for clear skies, a cloud for rain, falling snowflakes for snow, and so on. The effect persists for 1 round. You instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom. You create an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect such as falling leaves, puff of wind, the sound of a small animal, or the faint odor of a skunk. This effect fits within a 5 feet cube. You instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Yeah.
That's the reason you take it, isn't it, really?
So, I'm going to go on then, Natalie, what do you think?
As a druid main, it's S tier for me.
S tier? Okay.
Yeah. No, I think as a druid main, so it's completely, for different people, will be different. I've used this in so many different situations. Again, as a roleplay heavy, it can be easy S tier. Maybe bottom of S tier, but easy S tier. I've used it. It's come in so clutch for me.
Okay.
In so many situations. So yeah, easy.
Okay. Dan?
I mean, I've never been a druid, so I've never actually been on the other end of Druidcraft. I would say from the effects you get, yeah, it's A, definitely. But I mean, 2 of the 3 are fairly useless, and I don't even really take it for the to snuff out fires. The other things are fine, but no one really cares about the weather. Flower pod, seed pod, again, you've got to have things like living and around you for that to take any effect, and the sensory effect, yeah, take it or leave it. It's all right. It's an A, I guess. It's
A, okay. Yeah. Evan?
I mean, I absolutely love this cantrip. I think it's amazing, and I love having it on every druid I ever make. But I'm gonna have to say D, because it's an amazing roleplay cantrip, and it's fun. Most of all, it's a fun cantrip. Is it useful? I can think of so many other cantrips that do the same thing, and that I actually get more out of. But it's absolutely one of the more fun ones, and also usually you never treat it exactly as it said whenever you use Druidcraft. You can always sort of flavor it however you want. Yeah. So yeah.
So you're saying top of D tier?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
actually, we have.
I'd probably actually lower mine to a B, maybe a C, because you can only do 1 effect at a time. Yeah. Other ones allow you to do 3 or 4, 1 to 3 at a time.
Yeah, I think for me, my take on this is, if you play a druid, having Druidcraft is cool, and it gives you a lot of roleplay opportunities, but beyond druidy roleplay opportunity, it doesn't do anything. No. Like, other than being able to light and snuff out a candle, which you can do with thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
For me, it's
and prestidigitation.
And prestidigitation and control flame, and there's so many other cantrips that literally do this. I personally would say it's gotta be for me either bottom of C or high D. Like, it has to be somewhere in there for the utility and the use of it. When druids have the ability to only take 3 cantrips at first level, this is definitely not one of them. For me, personally. Like, it's not one I would take. I might take it at higher level, like when I get to like level 5 and I can take an additional cantrip or something, but I'm going to put it at the top of D. In fact, I'm going to move it. Bottom of C, purely and simply because it's if you are a druid, it can give you a lot of very, very cool, unique druidy roleplay moments that not a lot of other cantrips will give you.
Yeah.
So I think it is
I
quite
think-
situational. If we talk about situational, I do think it does belong in D. I personally, it will be on my S tier because I've never played a druid without it and not used it. So, but out of like the whole scheme of things, yeah, I mean, I would put it in a high D.
And is that just because there's
I
very...
think
is that
Spottable
just
Mammal
because-
has taken this personally, by the way.
Yeah, he's like donning
Yeah.
armor, like.
Spottable Mammal, Druid class is easy S tier. Druid Craft and Prestidigitation are my two best utility spells in the game, and I will fight to the death on that hill. Chris says B for me because I've rarely seen it used as anything but druidy roleplay flavor. Thank you. The Light Snuffle is quite good, but not A tier good. I can imagine an experienced druid could use this in S tier ways, though. I agree. JJ
Yeah.
Timberman, D. This is never used in my opinion. I have never been in a campaign where this spell saved the day in any way, shape, or form. Spottable Mammal.
Let me just say, Spottable Mammal, that I just said that I love the cantrip. I love the cantrip, but
yeah, Spottable Mammal has issued out war to many people.
yeah, I'm doomed apparently.
Yeah,
I'm gonna die.
he's coming over here to murder people. Anyway, let's move on quickly. Eldritch Blast, S tier. Let's not.
Yeah, there's no.
I'm gonna caveat this because
So let's go.
Eldritch Blast-
Let me go through it. Eldritch Blast, 120 feet, can only be cast by a warlock, typically. Is instantaneous. A beam of crackling energy streaks towards a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack. On a hit, it takes 1d10 force damage. The spell then creates one more beam when you reach higher levels. So 2 beams, which is 2d10, 3 beams, 4 beams, all the rest. You can direct the beams at same targets or at different ones. You have to make separate rolls for each beam. I'm going to say S tier, but let's put this out to everyone else. So Dan, you want to caveat that with a ridiculous
Yes.
argument that's going to...
No. Well, it's not. It's a solid A as a damage dealer. It's
Okay.
fine. Only if you take the correct Eldritch Evocations to buff it up from behind your Warlocks. If you don't take any of those, it is just a 1d10 with no bonuses or anything else. And yeah, it's specific to one class if you take the right things and you want to buff out this one cantrip because Warlocks have so few spells to like mess around with. So it's fine if you do it right. But if it's not, it's just a middling 1d10 force damage, cantrip. It's no
Okay.
different to a fireball.
But my point in that is that you're never going to be a warlock without it, ever. No one's
Not
ever.
true.
Evan
Yeah.
is literally bouncing in his
No.
seat, wanting to come in a second, but...
I also
Well-
think that because of the lack of things, the fact that it's a D10 damage on a cantrip rather than a D8 or a D6, even without the invocation, the fact that you can put the evocations on top of it, it's easy top of S tier for me. Like, I mean, 100%.
Top, as in like the best cantrip.
Well, for
It's not the
now,
best
now-
cantrip.
for now, it's the top of S tier. I wouldn't
Okay.
vote because nothing else on the S tier, but 100%. No
Okay.
questions.
Evan,
All right. So let me just say, it's a D10 that you can split into multiple people when you gain
Level up.
levels,
Yeah.
and it's force damage. That is the least resisted damage in the whole game. There is literally more creatures that resist radiant and necrotic and psychic than which are the other top 4.
If
Force
you
damage.
hit.
There's like
well, yeah, but we're
Not
talking...
even 20 of them.
But
If
we're
you
t-
buff it,
but we're-
again, if you buff it. If you don't, you just have a D10. If you don't do Lance
but
Bloodthirst, if you
if you
don't do
do
the pushing,
fireball, for example, fireball it's the
Yeah, but you
fire
don't have to-
damage
you
is the
don't-
most resisted damage. It's
yeah, but you don't have to buff
and-
that up to make it worthwhile.
I think the D10.
I mean,
is
you kind
worthwhile
of have
as
to
a
do
cantrip.
though. You have to do though, because
What, to buff up a fireball?
yeah, because if you do so, a fireball is 2d10 at level 5. An Eldritch
Yeah.
Blast is 2d10 at level 5. But the caveat is there's barely no creatures resisting it, and you can buff it up. You don't have to. As a Hexblade myself, who's usually going to be mostly in melee, melee combat, it's nice to have the option to be able to do range attacks in 120 feet, because otherwise, like look at a javelin, for example, for barbarians, it goes 60 feet, 90 feet with disadvantage. I go twice that without having to care about disadvantage at all. Also, I can do 2 of them, whereas technically a barbarian can only do 1, even if you have multi-attack, because you need a free action to basically grab another javelin.
So just to kind of cut this cloth, Dan, if it was built for a warlock with the right evocations, it would be S tier, right?
Yeah, but only for the warlock that has taken the things. For everything else, it's not. And again, if you don't take them, it is still just 1d10.
But
whether you can split it or not, it's fine. It is a good damage dealer, but I don't think it is that incredible.
As
Okay.
a spell, no, but as a cantrip, yes.
Yeah,
that's where my thing is.
So here's my take on this, just to kind of cut this down the middle. So the fact that it is a warlock cantrip only warlocks traditionally can cast it, other than in Tasha's. We know that other classes can cast it through Tasha's, but traditionally speaking, it is only a warlock that can cast this. Only warlocks that can get Eldritch invocations. Warlocks only traditionally get 2 or 3 spell slots for most of the early game. It is the go-to cantrip, and for a warlock to be able to use this multiple times, a warlock can run out of spell slots, drop their weapon, and can just Eldritch blast their way through every single encounter without taking any penalty. With the right evocations on it, it can be Agonizing Blast. You can extend the range of it to 300 feet. Can
Repel,
there's so much you can do with it
stuff,
because of how much you can change and mold it to suit the type of warlock you want to play. It has to be an S tier for me. Has to be.
Like you can, that's fine. You can explain it however you want. I won't agree, and I never will. I think it's a solid. I think it's a solid damage dealing thing, but it's just that, and the fact that they have to give the warlock this spell just so they have some spell use.
Well, I think that's what makes the warlock great.
Not really. It's the only thing that makes the warlock.
I don't think it's the only thing.
You've got Eldritch Blast and a couple.
Anyway, let's go to chat. Let's go to chat. So, Spotball Mama S tier, no need for discussion. JJ Timberman, in my opinion, this shouldn't even be a cantrip because of the fact of what you already said. You have to be a warlock, so it should just be a first level warlock spell. If it was a case of you can have any cantrip, EB is top of S tier all day. If the warlock restriction applies, it's mid to low S. Yeah, absolutely. So if any class can cast Eldritch Blast, every class would pick Eldritch Blast as a cantrip.
100%. If you think about what cantrips you have selected, if you could, even as a barbarian or a druid or whatever, you used it in clutch points.
Not really. I've used it because I can't get close enough. If I could, I wouldn't.
Okay, so we're going to keep it in S. You've been outvoted on this one, so we're going to move on to Encode Thoughts. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night.
JJ Timberman is like backing you right
now. JJ
but...
Timberman's on your side, bro. Right, Encode Thoughts. Encode Thoughts is a cantrip that can be cast only by a wizard. It's an action to cast. Would last 8 hours. Putting a finger to your head, you pull a memory, an idea, or a message from your mind and transform it into a tangible string of glowing energy called a thought strand, which persists for the duration or until you cast the spell again. The thought strand appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you as a tiny, weightless, semi-solid object that can be held, carried like a ribbon. It is otherwise stationary. If you cast this spell while concentrating on a spell or ability that allows you to read or manipulate thoughts, such as detect thoughts or modify memory, you can transform the thoughts or memories you read rather than your own into a thought strand. Casting this spell while holding a thought strand allows you to instantly receive whatever memory, idea, or message the thought strand contains. This is a bit of a difficult one to put because it is only for wizards and it's very situational, but let's go to you first, Evan.
I've never encountered the spell, mainly because I don't have the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it sounds like an awesome spell. very situational, but I can see situations, and I have experienced situations where being able to look into your memory or someone else's memory by doing that could be a really cool thing. I think it depends a bit on your campaign and your DM for how this works. But I could maybe see it in a B tier, maybe a C or B.
Okay. Dan, what's your thoughts on this?
I mean, I have this on Geo, and I'm just waiting to bust it out. I would put this at a high B to low A, probably, simply for the fact that you can technically pull the memories out of anyone as long as you have the right situation.
You can only cast it on self, and not cast it on an individual.
If you cast a spell while concentrating on a spell or ability that allows you to read or manipulate the thoughts of others, you can transform the thought or memory you read. So you can take the memories from other people. You can transfer the memory you read from the person in front of you into a thought strand.
Oh, right, okay. I did. Yeah, if you cast a spell while concentrating on a spell that allows you to read or manipulate thoughts. So you have to cast detect thoughts or modify memory. You can transform the thoughts of the people you read into a thought strand.
Yes, so you can then take important information from NPCs, villains, whatever you've done, and basically get
but not with encode thoughts. By casting detect thoughts or modified memory, you can do that.
Yeah, but then you can but you can take it out, give it to someone else. You could carry it for 8 hours, give it to help convince a king by taking the thought out of the person who tried to murder him. And putting it back in putting it in his head.
Okay,
as a cantrip, that's mental.
So B or A. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Natalie, what do you think?
Personally, I've never seen it actually used in a campaign, and that alone says to me it's extremely situational. And the fact that the best use of it is like what you said, be able to pull memories from other people, but that is then relying on other spells. I have to put it low just because of the situationalness of it. It could be clutch if you're in the right situation and you've cast the right spells. It can be an amazing spell. But
that's true of all spells.
Well, no, true. But I'm gonna put it in a C.
C. So Evan, you said B tier.
Impressive. So high C.
Up mine. After Daniel,
you're going A.
That's argument. I'm gonna go A for that. That is basically that secures you. Do you remember in Spelljammer how I just managed to say the right people and that let us in without a persuasion check? This is exact same moment, only that you can end. You can break up a wall by doing this thing, and it's a cantrip, and it costs you 1 spell and 1 cantrip. Where otherwise you would go through an entire combat situation.
I think for me, it has to be a B for me personally.
I'd be happy in B.
I think B purely and simply because it's very situational and that ability is cool, but I think it's better than Acid Splash and Druidcraft. Let me put it that way. And I think
that's that high bar to set.
I also think though, what kind of drags it down from A tier for me is that it's only available for a wizard. If there were other classes that can cast detect thoughts or modify memory, such as sorcerers can do detect thoughts, I believe some warlocks can, clerics can do detect thought. If you gave these classes the ability to use this cantrip, fine. But because it's only available to a wizard, I think that is mainly due to the whole Harry Potter thing with Dumbledore doing the thing. I think that's where it comes from.
It's an intelligence-based spell, and Eldritch Blast is only available to warlocks. So what's your point?
Well, I'm gonna cut the mustard and say it's probably there in B, maybe Chill Touch.
High B.
No, high B. I would say high B.
I would say there between the two.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say between Chill Touch and Control Flame.
Yeah.
Oh, above Control Flame.
It is above Control Flame, but not as good as Chill Touch. JJ Timberman, this is a D class. I've never seen it used to any effect. Spottable mammal, but again, this only has utility and roleplay purposes, which is why everybody shat on my baby druidcraft.
I had you on druidcraft.
Honestly, we'll be here at 10 o'clock when we finish. We'll be like, fuck you guys, druid class rules. Chris says D tier, basically only useful with AM sorcerer or the like. Recording a memory is not a useful method of communication versus message and sending. It's literally only good for getting proof of people's crimes or to share what you're able to read from people's minds, but you can't put into words. If it came off, it would be an S tier moment in a campaign, but that's not worth the actual campaign. The cantrip slot. Amazing, yeah. Great spell to build an NPC or one-shot PC around thought. I demand consistency in this casual Twitch tier list. But it's in D tier because no utility outside of roleplay. Well, no, Druidcraft is here. We've not put that any lower than there, so I'd say that. And I would say Encode Thoughts is better than. Anyway.
Let's not get into that.
Whoa! Okay, let's be real. This list needs a second walkthrough with support casting in mind, i.e., Firebolt, help, guidance from a second character. This is going to be a tough one. We always knew coming into this tier list it was going to be tough.
Own opinions only. Just, other people have their opinions, and that's fair enough. Everyone's valid.
So, let's move on.
Lose the Twitch channel.
Let's move on to the next one.
Should we do some rapid fires?
So the next ones we're gonna have to get through a few, but we've got an hour. We've got an hour and a half anyway, so we're good. So Firebolt. Firebolt action by artificer, sorcerer, or wizard. 120 feet. You hurl a mote of fire at a creature or object within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 fire damage. A flammable object can ignite, and the damage increases by 1d10 when you reach 5th, 11th, and 17th level. A tier.
Yeah.
Okay. A. Dan.
Solid B.
B.
It's fire damage, so it's the most resisted type in the game.
True.
It's
Yeah,
good.
true.
It's good. It's the go-to cantrip for anyone who's doing a spellcaster the first time. But
Yeah.
solid B. It's good, but not great.
I would say that it's low A. I don't think it's dropped down. I would feel bad if I put Firebolt in the same realm as Chill Touch, Control Flame, and Encode Thoughts. I would say it's definitely up there and I would actually say that Firebolt is above Dancing Lights in A.
Yeah, all right, fair.
Yeah, if we're gonna do this fairly, it's a much more useful spell than Dancing Lights.
100%.
So we're happy with that. That was very quick. Easy A tier.
That's
That's what it says on the 10. Easy. So
Bad magic.
let's get into another easy one. So easy A tier. Everyone says, no one's waving flags for Firebolt, but we're all here pleased that it's there. Exactly.
That's true.
So the next one's
Unreliable,
the next one's interesting. We are going to talk about Friends. Now, Friends. I think Friends. Go. I want the cantrip Friends, please. So Friends is a cantrip.
Facebook came up.
Cantrip that can be done by a bard, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. It's a minute of concentration on yourself. It takes an action to cast. For the duration, you have advantage on all charisma checks directed to one creature of your choice that isn't hostile towards you. When the spell ends, the creature realizes that you use magic influence its mood and becomes hostile towards you. A creature prone to violence might attack you. Another creature might seek retribution in other ways at the DM's discretion, depending on the nature of your interaction with it. So, Friends. You say C, Nat? Okay,
I say
Natalie?
C because it can be very useful, but because of the caveat of that they realise afterwards, it can then actually be detrimental.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think the caveat of them knowing is one thing, but it's the caveat and becomes hostile. So even if they're not hostile beforehand, you cast Friends just to get the advantage even if they were already friendly with you, because you've got the advantage, you immediately make them an enemy. I think it drops that right down to like B tier for me. B C.
I would have gone lower than that.
I would say high C. Yeah.
I said low C.
Yeah,
because they like straight hostile. Like, okay, so why am I using this to try and convince someone I could just roll a natural charisma check and hope it works out?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, the advantage doesn't give way to then sudden combat. And if you're not prepared or you're not in a combat situation, you are
Instantly
starting a
in
bar
one.
fight for no reason.
Yeah, instantly in one. So are we happy to say potentially like low C on this, below Druidcraft?
I would rather use control bonfire or create bonfire than friends.
Good
to
spell.
be honest, because just like you said, they become hostile, and it's so much up to the DM in how you play that. Because
we know, Dan, if it was you, that's every encounter.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, some DMs might just be, so they're hostile, therefore they are going to attack you. That's
yeah,
not
and the thing is, you can't cast it on a creature that is hostile towards you. Is the other caveat that kind of fucks this up for me. I think
charm person or
so.
like that, yeah.
I think with just to kind of make this a little bit more, a little bit clearer, for those at home, this is just our opinions. We're not for 1 minute suggesting that this is the absolute epitome of what we think these are. This is just what we think is
it.
But if we take into every situation that every cantrip can be used in, we're going to be here till next week. So we just have to kind of make these quick decisions just to see where we're up to. So I would say friends low C. Let's see what everyone else in chat has said. I'm not going to move that one. I'm going to move this one here so I can read it. D tier, regret taking it, the short duration, and them knowing about it makes it the most useless of uselessness. It's somebody you're not scared of. Yeah, at which point, why would you not just try to convince them anyway? Exactly what Dan said. And this is why I said that this list needs a second walkthrough. Someone changes your appearance, and then you cast friends, then you leave behind the mask of disguise, and that makes it an S tier trip. Otherwise, it's D tier. Yeah, I mean, this is it. And but all you have to do is get what you need in 1 minute. Yeah, the advantage in the situation of favored Hest. I just think for me personally. Oh, also welcome in Moot Crescent. It's nice of you to join us. Welcome in. First time chat there. I just think that's where that needs to be. Right, cool. Let's go into Frostbite next. So Frostbite is one that isn't on my thingy list. So Frostbite, what a dickhead.
I've got it up if you want me to read it.
Oh, you're okay.
Because I have the whole list in front of me.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
So it's a cantrip that can be cast by a druid, sorcerer, warlock, wizard, or artificer. It can take an action, instantaneous, 60 feet range. You cause a numbing frost to form on one creature that you can see within range. Creature must make a con save. On a failed save, it takes 1d6 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll it makes before the end of its turn, and the damage increases by 1d6 at 5th level, 11th, and 17th level. What do we think on this?
Because of disadvantage, I would say maybe a low B, because you've got disadvantage, lots of people can take it. It's low damage, but because of the next weapon attack being a disadvantage and lots of people can take it, it's a combat spell, I'm going to say low B.
Low B?
Yeah.
Dan, you're saying C?
Mid to low C, just because it's weapon attack, which means this is solely supposed to be aimed towards sort of fighters, people who... It's not a spellcaster type thing, so you're aiming it at potentially high con enemies to try and get them to do it, drop a con save so they get disadvantage.
Yeah.
1d6, it's just not... It's fine, but if you've got other choices, make them.
Okay, Evan?
I was going to say the same thing. Low C for me, just because it's... Most creatures have high con.
Okay.
And...
So let me kind of put this into perspective for you. In C, we have Acid Splash. I think this is much better than Acid Splash. We have Druidcraft and Friends. I would say that I would choose this way before them. I would choose this
above those, but
I would choose this before Control Flame. I would also choose this before Encode Thoughts. Personally, I wouldn't choose it before Chill Touch, but I would say for me it's kind of like low end of B, above Encode Thoughts and Control Flame. That's where I would personally put it.
It's a saving throw that is for
those Chill Touch.
No, Chill Touch. Chill Touch is that a saving throw?
It's Dex though, isn't it?
Dex.
It's different.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's
I
a
would
con
put it
saving
below
throw.
in Code Thoughts though, because in Code Thoughts, if you did it in the right time in the right situation, you can do an amazing thing. Where realistically, you can do the one thing with Frostbite. So I would put it just below in Code Thoughts, above Control Flame. So
well, if we're
that's
going to
where
do that,
put
I
it.
would potentially then maybe drop Control Flame down to C above Acid Splash.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm cool with that. Yeah.
I'm still thinking that Frostbite is worse than Acid Splash because it's also fire damage is the most resistant. After that comes cold damage.
Yeah, but for low
It's also
level,
one of those things.
when you're in
Yeah,
battles against
but
things
we're
that
thinking
aren't.
about them overall, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
But the higher level
over-
you are, then
for
you're
low
going
level,
through
nobody.
spells.
okay.
Yeah,
but
but for low levels, no one's acid resistant
Okay.
either.
So you're going to put Frostbite below Acid Splash, but Control Flame has to go behind Frostbite. So Control Flame has been knocked down to C and is going lower on C.
Getting lower every minute.
Yeah?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Frostbite behind Acid Splash in C. Happy with that. Do we want to knock Acid Splash up then to B? Or do we want to keep that top of C? Okay. That was unanimous. Right. A or B damage scales and it gives disadvantage only on a failed save. I'm not particularly invested either way. Okay, C, low damage with a save, just for disadvantage with one strike. Beyond second level, this is almost useless. Yeah. Being in this conversation is making me think I'm not playing D&D right, because this is obviously a D-tier trip. Acid Splash is good for dungeon crawls and close quarters, especially for a certain kind of sorcerer. I'm happy with where that sits in C tier. Let's go Guidance. We know what Guidance does, but we're going to go through it either way, just quickly. So, Artificer, Cleric, Druid.
Doesn't Green Flame Blade come before Guidance?
It does, but it's not on this list. It's not on the tier
We're
maker.
ignoring that one.
We're just going to move past that. Green Flame Blade.
Okay.
We can talk about it if you like, but
that's
we're
fine.
just going to move past it, and we're just going to do the ones that are on the thing. So, action, concentration up to a minute, touch a willing creature. Before the spell ends, the target gets D4. Add the number to a rolled ability check of its choice. You can re-roll the die before and after making the ability check. It's S tier, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
Guidance
don't think it is.
I think
Yeah.
Guidance is the one, if not the most useful cantrip.
I think especially if it's depending on the DM, like obviously if you roll that you have to know that they're doing it beforehand, but if you do it like the way stuff with Critical Role does it, where you don't, it can be overused.
Yeah.
So I think it's an S tier. I think if you're not rolling like that, it's still...
I think S tier, and it's purely and simply because you can roll an ability check, it lasts for a minute, roll it, and the DM goes, that doesn't pass. You go, I'll use my Guidance and roll the D4 and get a 4, which could potentially change it after the result. So easy top of S. I don't think we really need to kind of touch that, but yeah.
No.
I do think we should get JJ Timmerman in the next one of these, just so...
Yeah.
The next one of these last orders.
Are these the baseline spells of which these are drawn in general? I don't know what you mean by that, Moot Crescent.
No, I think we are considering that higher level, so when they increase at higher levels, if that's what you mean, we are considering that too, yeah.
Yeah, so we are increasing how these kind of scale up as well. So let's move on to Gust. I like Gust as a cantrip. I will just say that. I do like Gust as a cantrip. I think Gust is a...
You said that like someone who's played D&D for like 30 years. Oh, I remember using Gust way back when. I love that cantrip.
I do, but the thing is,
it's
so good, man. Like, it's a cantrip that can be used by a druid, sorcerer, or wizard. It's an action to cast 30 feet range, instantaneous. You seize the air and compel it to create one of the following effects. One medium or small creature you choose must succeed a strength save or be pushed 5 feet away from you. You create a small blast of air capable of moving one object that's neither held nor carried that weighs no more than 5 pounds. The object is pushed 10 feet away from you if it isn't pushed with enough force to cause damage. You create a harmless sensory effect using air, such as rustling leaves, wind to slam doors, and shutters shut, clothes to ripple in the breeze. I mean, I do like. Oh, we're doing cantrips, brother. Welcome in, dude face guy. I like Gust, although I would say it's very situational, but it is bottom of C. I do like it, but again, I wouldn't put it above Friends, Druid, Craft. I would even
I
say
was-
maybe
I was
top
just
of
about to say,
maybe
if you
even
put
top
it
of
above
D.
Druidcraft,
We
Timberman's
might
gonna
have a
kill you.
riot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it
Where-
above Druidcraft, I wouldn't put it above Friends, but I might put it above Create Bonfire. So I think, yeah, the bottom of C is
So where's Control Flame? Just because I can't see the thing you were
Control
looking at.
Flame
bottom of
is
D.
no Control Flame is the middle of C.
Oh, right.
So
sorry.
I would put Gust above that just because there's more air than there is fire. So you've got more to work with out and
No.
about. It's not
I
a
think
good
there's more
spell,
I
but
think there's more situations where you need fire or need to put out fire
Yeah.
than you need wind.
I would.
I mean,
here's
there's
my
just
take
more
on
of-
it. I would take it below Control Flame, below Druidcraft, and above Friends in C.
yeah, okay, that's fair.
Sure.
Yeah, we happy with that? Nobody kicking
Yeah.
off about that?
No.
Let's check what chat say.
I've never seen
Um,
Gust used, so
I know it's one of those.
I've seen it used once, and it made Marisha crash into rocks.
it's just cantrips. So, oh no, we want you on it, JJ Timmerman, because you've just got really cool insight into all these things. Every time we do
Yeah.
a tier list, we just kind of go, you've got some really cool insights into it. So yeah.
We would love to have you on the
Um,
show and have your
so-
opinion.
Right, it's the Can I Cast Gust at the sales? Sure, the journey takes 1 less hour. Everyone celebrates spell, yeah. I don't know. Based on all yours
Yeah.
reasoning, I'd put it above Druidcraft, to be honest.
yeah.
Yeah, generously at the bottom of C. If we're working up on your scale, I'd also go above Druidcraft. Yeah, let's do it. Let's
That's
go
fine.
below Control Flame, above Druidcraft. Let's do
I'm
that.
terrified. I'm terrified.
It means that we're
I
having an
wouldn't put it
effect.
there.
Right, Infestation. Infestation is not on the original, so Infestation. Infestation is a cantrip that takes 1 action, can be cast by a druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. It has a 30 feet range, is instantaneous. You cause a cloud of mites, fleas, or other parasites to appear momentarily on one creature you can see within range. The target must succeed a con save, or it takes 1d6 poison damage, moves 5 feet in a random direction if it can move, and its speed is at least 5 feet. You roll a d4 to determine which direction that is. This movement does not provoke opportunity attack. If the direction is blocked, the target doesn't move. The spell's damage then increases by 1d6 when you reach level 5, 11, and 17. What do we think on Infestation?
S tier.
I heard an interesting thing about this.
Yes.
Yeah?
No. It can change the battlefield. If you do that, it moves in a. It can't make an attack because it's going in another direction. I'm going to fight to the death on this one. It is a clutch cantrip.
Okay, so you're going bottom of S tier.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah, it's below Eldritch Blast, so yeah.
It's D tier. It's dumb, kind of pointless, and relies
Me
on
and you
a
are no
lot for
longer
it.
friends.
It relies on a lot for it to do anything worthwhile. So
It relies
yeah,
on
I
a
put
con.
that-
It relies on a con save. That's it.
Yeah, I
One
put it at
concept.
D. I put it at D. I just don't see the use of it.
Okay, go on,
It
Evans.
doesn't provide no opportunity attacks. If they can't move, they don't. Like, all right. So what am I doing it for then?
Evan, what you said you heard an interesting take on this.
Yeah, I heard an interesting thing about this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I forget his name, but the creator of
Gary Gygax.
no, not Gygax. The current
Uh-huh.
Anyway,
Oh.
go ahead.
Him.
yeah. Anyway, someone who's basically writing the rules said that this actually works in some way with like booming blade and stuff like that, even though it's not willing movement, but the person is basically moving because of these things. It's not like you push them, and so therefore it would apparently work with booming blade somehow. I
Mhm.
don't know exactly how.
In connection
Uh,
with plant growth or like thorns. What's the one?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
thorns?
Things
Yeah,
like that.
it
So
can be absolutely
that makes it quite cool. But I wouldn't say that it's S tier. I mean, out of what we have here, I'm also gonna put it in D because it feels very highly situational for me.
Oh man, I think
I
the thing is though, we have to look at what we've already ranked, right? I think personally, I can't, in good faith, put a cantrip like this in the same class as Create Bonfire, Booming Blade, and Blade Ward. I can't do that because
100% you can.
Oh yeah.
I would be happy. Oh man.
It's low. The lowest it could possibly be is low B.
I
Like,
would say
No,
I was
no,
gonna
no.
go the same, like low B, high C for me.
Oh
Like-
no.
Yeah.
Like it does
Not
more.
not even
It does
not even
more.
slightly.
Oh, right. I'm
So
gonna go.
you
I'm
have
gonna
to
go.
roll.
I'm going to go to chat to see where we get to with this because
Defend me, guys.
You
right.
have to roll for the direction.
JJ
That's-
Timberman, easy S tier.
Thank you.
Let's have a look. Spottable Mammal, I'll bump this up to B simply because it's the funniest damage cantrip. This trip with Mage Hand Plant Growth, so again, S tier, Handful. I'm sticking with B tier, it's too funny not to use it. Chris says, bottom of C, save for crap damage, uncontrollable movement doesn't really help with battlefield management, and no opportunity attack. So,
You
bottom
put it
of...
below Gust.
Yes.
I don't know about.
Hell no!
Because
I think
because
I will concede it's somewhere in here, but I
can't see what you're saying. Where you can see it is.
so
Like,
on
It's above Gust.
so I think it's
Yeah,
above friends,
yeah.
Yes.
above
Yeah.
Druidcraft.
Yes.
It depends actually, because again, con saves are relatively easy to succeed from most creatures. At which point, nothing happens, and everything that happens after it just doesn't. It doesn't even
Okay.
go like.
I'm
You
gonna
have to
put
roll
it.
for its
I'm gonna put it
direction.
above Gust. Infestation, just above Gust.
Thank you.
I think that's fair. Bang in the middle of C.
Where is that? Again, I
Well,
can't
That's,
see.
that's
The
middle
of
C.
C.
Middle of C.
Eh,
Let's go
I
on
mean,
to
that's
the...
the best you'll get.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. Light. I am conscious of time. We have got about an hour to get through the rest.
Okay.
So, one action, it's a touch. It lasts for an hour, can be cast by an artificer, bard, cleric, sorcerer, or wizard. You touch an object that is no larger than 10 feet in any dimension. Till the spell ends, it can last for an hour. It sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius, dim light for an additional 20 feet. The light can be colored as you like, completely covering the object with something opaque. Blocks the light. The spell, if you cast it again... the spell ends if you cast it again or dismiss it as an action. If you target an object held worn by a hostile creature, the creature must succeed a dex save to avoid the spell.
I would put it in A personally.
A.
Yeah.
I would put
would
it...
put-
Go on, Dan.
No, I was gonna say I'd put it in B just because it's touch.
But you
If it-
said
if it wa-
you said that the light cantrip was better than dancing light.
it is, but I'd still put it at B because it's touch.
That is true. The range of the Dancing Lights, I would rather cast Dancing Lights than Light because of its
Like I don't
range.
think dancing lights is light is good for creating light, but because it's a touch cantrip,
Top of B.
it kind of you don't want to be up close when you're a spellcaster trying to touch someone to make them illuminated.
But you can
No,
illuminate
but-
something and hand it to someone before you go into battle, so you don't have to be up close.
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking of the last bit.
I agree. I think it's high B. I think high B tier. I don't think it's got as much utility as Dancing Lights in A, otherwise it would. And having it up for an hour is cool, but I still think high B. Above Chill Touch and Encode Thoughts.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, sure.
Are you happy with that, Evan?
Yeah, I mean that's okay. I would have put it below Dancing Lights, but in A. But yeah, sure, we can go high B as well.
It's the same place, really.
We can always shift these around if these sections start filling up
Yeah.
quicker.
Yeah.
So the next one we have is Lightning Lure. Let me just get this up. Lightning Lure. Okay, so this is a action. A self within 15 feet, instantaneous, can be cast by sorcerer, warlock, wizard, or artificer. You create a lash of lightning energy that strikes at one creature of your choice you can see within 15 feet of you. The target must succeed a strength saving throw or be pulled up to 10 feet in a straightforward line and then take 1d8 lightning damage if it's within 5 feet of you. The spell's damage increases 1d8 per level as you get up to 5th, 11th, 17th. This is okay. Requires a strength saving throw and only does the damage when they're within 5 feet of you. So it's sort of like a lash that you can wrap on a creature once they make the save. If they fail the save, pull 10 feet towards you. But I feel like because of the classes that are using it, which are Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, and Artificer, do you really want to be pulling enemies within 5 feet of you where they can potentially hit you for the sake of 1d8 damage?
I think, depending on the situation you're in, I think it's probably good for spell casting enemies to pull them into closer range, because they're less likely to make the strength saving throw. After that, it's a fucking pointless spell.
I would also say that, I mean, you can use this on your party members, right? If someone falls off a cliff.
Yeah.
No, well, that's the thing. If they are within 5 feet of you, then yeah, you can. But if they start to fall off a cliff or something, then you can pull a lightning or pull them towards you, because that doesn't require some sort of strength saving throw from you or strength check. So it makes typically the weaker classes, physically weaker classes, be able to actually save someone else in that way. I think that's quite useful. So I would personally put it in maybe low B.
Low B, okay. Hallie, what's your thoughts on it?
I think low B, high C, just because it does have utilities, uses like Evan is saying. I
also works with the Thorn spell as well.
But as on its own, I would probably put it as a high C rather than a low B.
Okay. Here's my take on it. I agree. I think it's C tier. But I would put it here below Acid Splash and Frostbite, and above Control Flame, Infestation, Gust, Druidcraft, Friends.
I'd be happy with that.
That seems fair.
I'd be happy
I think that's where I would. We can change it if we want, but JJ Timmerman B. Lightning Lure is a neato spell. I call it high C to mid B. It's best used for gift casters, so Blade Singer makes excellent use of it. I would agree. I'd actually agree with that, which is why I think it's put it so high. Yeah, I would say so. It's one of those spells I could never see me taking, but I could imagine somebody using it to a very cool effect with a certain build. C, but Chris would put it below Druidcraft, but I think it's got a lot more utility than that.
Yeah, no, I think where we've got it is.
I would put it one above. I would put it between Acid Splash and Frostbite in that case.
The one more above there.
Yeah,
towards high C.
That's the least I can let it go, slip down to.
Okay, next then, moving on. Mage Hand. Action to cast Artificer, Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, 30 feet range. Lasts for a minute. A spectral floating hand appears at a point you choose within range. The hand lasts for the duration or until you miss it as an action, or dismiss it as an action, sorry. The hand vanishes if it is ever more than 30 feet away from you, or if you cast this spell again, you can use your action to control the hand. The hand can manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, stow and retrieve an item from an open container, and pour the contents out of a vial. You can move the hand up to 30 feet each time you use it. The hand, however, cannot attack, activate magic items, or carry anything that weighs more than 10 pounds.
S tier. You can set off traps. You can...
S tier?
Yeah, no, 100% S tier, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, unanimous. Okay. This is where it's going to get interesting then. I wouldn't put it in S tier. Purely and
Where
simply
would you
because
put it?
I would put it high A, above every other in A, above Firebolt and Dancing Lights because of the utility of it. However, I don't think it is in the realm of an Eldritch Blast or a Guidance personally.
Right,
Would you
so-
say that it's an instant pick for a character? Would you see when you're building a
Yeah,
character?
you would,
say,
wouldn't?
"No,
Yeah,
take
you
it"?
would, which is why
Yeah.
I think it's at the
S tier.
Is there
S
any
tier.
situation where Mage Hand isn't useful in some respect?
Yeah.
In
Okay.
the
So,
situations where
would you say that then, if that's the case, it would go any higher
I
than
I would put it above Eldritch Blast, and this is someone that
there?
would
So
always pick
above
Eldritch
Eldritch.
Blast.
Yeah.
I would.
I would not do.
No,
That
I
Because
wouldn't do
Eldritch
that.
Blast is only good for damage, right? But Mage
Yeah, but
Hand
it's the-
is useful
Not
for
really.
so many.
Not really. I reckon I could open a door with an Eldritch Blast. I reckon I could open a chest with an Eldritch Blast.
here comes the new character.
I just think that, like, I think it is S tier for utility. It is an S tier.
I'll be happy putting
I was
it
being
below,
harsh. I would
but
say that
I
it's
would
below
put it-
Eldritch Blast and Guidance is top of S tier for me. Then
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast. Then Mage Hand.
Okay.
Are we happy with that? Bottom of
Yeah.
S.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you? I can move it if you want to put it above Eldritch Blast. I can.
As I'm
Never,
the only
never.
one that would, then that's fair as a consensus. If
Well,
below
no, actually,
Eldritch
no,
Blast,
I would. I'd
well,
move
then
it above
that's
Eldritch
two
Blast.
gets two, so
Okay,
it goes
well-
to the
So there we
chat.
go.
Let's go to
Is
the
it-
chat then. So we have S tier. Specifically, it's a hybrid. Okay.
JJ Timberman would put it between them.
Yeah, S tier, excellent. S tier or
Yeah, he
A
would.
tier, excellent utility. Top of S, above guidance. Shut up, Chris. We know why that is. JJ Timberman, yeah, between Eldritch Blast and guidance. Mage Hand as utility, roleplay. Yeah, I would.
Spot
say that.
Mamo said
Okay.
S tier or A tier.
Yeah, I would say that. Right, let's go on to Magic Stone. Magic Stone is a bit of a weird one, isn't it?
I don't know that one.
Magic Stone is a
We
bonus
have
action.
so many
It's-
more.
This is where this one goes up the ladder for me because it is one of two bonus action cantrips.
Always good.
It is touch, however, it's a ranged attack that you would then use it for. It lasts for a minute. You touch 1 to 3 pebbles and imbue them with magic. You or someone else can then make a ranged attack spell with one of the pebbles by throwing or hurling it with a sling. It has a 60 feet range if thrown. If someone else attacks with the pebble, the attacker adds 1d6 plus spell casting modifier. Hit or miss, the spell ends on the stone. On a hit, the target takes the bludgeoning damage. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, it's kind of it's cool because it's a bonus action, but the reason it's a bonus action is because you're imbuing it with the magic
Yeah.
and then using your action to fucking throw the thing. So
So it's not really a bonus action to use it.
yeah, no, it is. So it's a bonus action, but yeah. I don't see this getting any higher than I don't see it going any higher than a gust. I would get more use out of gust than this, even though it's a bonus action. It's basically just
I'd put it above Frostbite.
above frostbite. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying
Sure, because
towards
it not only you can use it, but your party members can use it as well.
Yeah.
Also, there's 3 pebbles, so you have three attacks for 1 bonus action cantrip if you,
No.
if you
can-
need it
You
to.
can only do one throw.
you can throw once as an action.
Yeah, but yeah,
I
you
get what
can
you're
throw
saying.
one as an action, but it's 3 for 1 basically.
Yeah.
You don't need to cast it every turn
yeah.
to have the pebbles work. You can
Yeah,
literally
I think it
cast
is.
another spell.
It's available to a druid, warlock, or artificer.
I mean,
I've
you're
never
taking,
seen it used. So I would put it between Gust and Druidcraft. I've never seen it used. I said I didn't know what the spell was beforehand.
Hey Dan.
Yeah,
again, it's one of those where you see it, you think, oh, that'd be useful for someone else, and then just skip straight
Yeah.
past it. It's like if you can't, I don't know. Again, it's one of those that works in conjunction with other things. So if you're like Unseen Servant or something, you can have them tossing them from
Yeah.
the sides or whatever. But maybe a Mage Hand throws one. I don't really know. I can't see it getting use outside of very specific builds where people want to throw rocks.
Yeah, I mean, I would say possibly just above Control Flame.
Yeah, I'd say for that.
Happy with that. Happy with that.
Yeah. Okay. We haven't got many comments about this one so far, other than JJ Timmerman. Between Control Flame and Infestation. Yeah, I mean, good source of magical damage at early levels, shareable bonus action. Can't imagine many high-stakes situations I'd use it in, but there's a lot about this that makes it not bad. Yeah, I would say that. I would agree. Actually, I think I'd get more use out of Control Flame than I would Magic Stone. So I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, let's move on to Minor Illusion. Do we need to kind of go into this?
IA.
No, not really.
What about mending and message? Just out of curiosity.
They're coming.
Oh, it's just because I thought you were going in alphabetical order.
It's fine. We're talking now about Minor Illusion. So, Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, one action, 30 feet. You create sound or image of an object within range that lasts for the duration. The illusion also ends if you dismiss it as an action. You can create a sound. Its volume can range from a whisper to a scream. It can be your voice, someone else's voice, a lion's roar, etc. The sound continues unabated throughout the duration of the minute. You can make discrete sounds at different times before the spell ends. If you create an image of an object, such as an object, it must be no larger than 5 foot cube. The image can't make sound, light, smell. Physical interaction with the image reveals it to be an illusion because things can pass through it. If the creature uses it as an action to examine the sound or image, the creature can determine the illusion with a successful investigation check of your spell save DC. If the creature discerns the illusion for what it is, the illusion becomes faint to that creature alone. I'm going to have a wee, but you guys can discuss this. We'll go to you first, Natalie.
For utility, I think this has got to be a high A. Like, obviously this is not a damage thing, but for distractions, we've seen it used as people recreating voices to see, oh, is this the person you were talking to, and stuff like that. I think just as a utility spell, this is an amazing, highly used, not situational. It can be used in loads of different situations. I 100% would put this as a high A.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'd go so far as to low S, to be honest. I think it's one of the main 4 cantrips you pick for anyone for a reason. Yeah. Just because you can literally throw up a wall on an alleyway and people might not notice it if they're not close enough, or anything you want is literally just there like that.
Yeah. And also, they have to investigate it. It's not it's a passive investigation. You have to investigate it to succeed on it. Otherwise, you just believe that it's real.
Yeah, I would say I don't think it's quite an S tier for me, personally, but I do think it's the very best of an A tier cantrip, right?
Top A. Top A.
Yeah,
sure.
Chris says top A. Minor Illusion has good utility. It's an easy A because of the utility of it. Extremely versatile for creativity, but only really has one use, which is deception. You'll get a huge amount of use out of it, but it's not much utility as something like Mage Hand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, although you can also recreate people and objects that others to identify. Yeah, it's up there with Mage Hand. Unless Mage Hand is invisible, then Mage Hand wins. I mean, I don't think it quite has the use that you would get out of Mage Hand to make it an S tier.
You can move things with Mage Hand and stuff, and you can press things with Mage Hand. I think, Minor Illusion.
It has high alterability in the arc of the creativity of the narrator. Exactly. I think because of what you can actually do with it, brings it to the top of A. I just don't think it's as good as Mage Hand.
You can use Minor Illusion as Phantasmal Force.
Yeah.
By scaring someone to have to jump over the hole that's not there.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Literally what Phantasmal Force is doing.
Exactly. So, next one, Mending. 1 minute, touch, instantaneous by an artificer, bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, or wizard. The spell repairs a single break, tear of an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, etc. As long as the break or tear is no larger than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of damage. This spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell cannot restore magic to such an object.
Hannah would say that this is S tier.
Yeah, Hannah would, but
I think in certain situations it can be. In certain, like the what you're saying, the mind thing, the thought thing.
Yeah.
In certain situations it can come in clutch, but those situations are so far in between.
Yeah.
And this.
I will tell you this. I ran a cleric for 18 months to 2 years, had mending as a cantrip, and used it once.
Amity had it and never used it.
I used it once in 2 years, and that was in the campaign that we played in Evan, where we went into the house that we got.
Fixing a roof.
It was the roof that I fixed, and then a couple of tables and chairs. That's fucking it. I didn't use it for any other reason. I think it's okay, but I don't think it's. I personally never used it in 2 years of playing.
Although you saved us 50 gold on that one. You saved us 50 gold by doing that.
Yeah, that's true. But I still I would put it probably high C, somewhere like that, maybe mid C. I think it's better than Magic Stone. I think. Don't know, man.
When you're talking, I would say the top of D, because I would use Druidcraft, I would use Gust, I would use Infestation.
Friends, I'd cast all.
Yeah.
I don't think I would though. I think
have to
I'd put
disagree.
it bottom of C.
Okay.
I don't think it's
disagree.
quite.
I would say B tier.
B.
I would say lower B tier. Yeah.
Oh.
Is that just because you're playing? Is that just because you're playing an artificer with a robot body that you can use mending on?
No.
Why would you put it that high? Let's give him a shout. Why would you put it that high?
So, but that's a good point that I didn't think about. When it comes to traditionally, Warforged can't be affected by spells, but they can be affected by mending. Artificer constructions can't be affected by spells, but can be affected by mending. It's basically a healing word, but it's a better healing word because it's 2d6 of healing when it applies.
Oh, when it applies to that, yeah.
So that in that way it's a healing spell. But apart from that, when when something is broken, that's usually quite high stakes. If you find a key that is broken, that leads to a lot.
I don't think I'd put it
the only thing
B.
that can mend that key is.
I'm happy to move it further up D, but I don't think I'd move it much past
Control Flame.
I'd put it possibly above Magic Stone, below Control Flame.
Definitely above Magic Stone. Definitely above Magic Stone.
Mate, what do you think on that, Dan? If I put this above Magic Stone but below Control Flame.
Where's that?
In C, middle C.
Yeah, I would say that because genuinely, I cannot think of a situation where you go, oh, mending's actually going to come in really useful here. Because if things are broken, you very rarely stick around to find out if you need to fix it again. A door, maybe a sail, a push.
Yeah.
He plays a barbarian, guys. Can you tell?
Hold on. JJ Timberman, I'm going to have to miss the rest of the stream. I have to go get ready to see John Wick 4 in 30 minutes. Have a great stream. Okay, dude, we'll see you next
Enjoy the film,
Tuesday.
Dude. Enjoy the film. I hope it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Dude Face Guy makes a very good point to say, I didn't want to waste time on a cantrip slot. On mending, I'd just go to like a blacksmith or a tailor if I want something fixed on my person. Chris says, C, just because players always want it to do more than it's capable of. It doesn't restore text on burnt documents. It won't fix a door or a bridge. It's just mid. Should be 5 feet area. Bottom C, high D. Yeah, I mean, I think we're there or thereabouts. Evan's point doesn't make mending good, though. It just makes those raced very, very slightly better.
He just says that because he's playing a Warforged Autonome. He's literally playing a Warforged Autonome.
Anyway,
let's the size.
I think we're happy with that. Let's move on to the next S tier spell, which is Message. I'm already going to put it in here.
Straight up. Message is S. Straight S.
Above Mage Hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably, in fact, I would even put it above Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, I would if it comes
Which
into...
one?
Message. The Message spell is an S tier. Anyway, it can be cast by artificers, bards, sorcerers, or wizards. It's an action to cast, take a range of 120 feet. You point your finger towards a creature within range and whisper a message. The target and only the target hears that message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear. You can cast this message through solid objects if you're familiar with the target and know it's beyond the barrier. Magical silence. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal. The spell does not have to follow in a straight line. It can travel freely around corners and through openings. It is an S.
I'd put it above guidance.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't even put it above Eldritch Blast, and here's why: because message to be able to cast message towards the person, which we are quite lenient with. To be fair, you need to know where the target is.
Yeah.
Like if you walk through 3 doors, you need to know exactly where the target is to be able to reach it there.
That is
unless
true,
you start
but
casting it. And also, when you respond, you need to whisper for it not to be heard by others. Others can still hear you. And the same thing for the other person. It's not a mental thing.
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys at home think? And we've had no comments on message, but I would imagine everyone's kind of agreeing it's in S tier.
I mean, you do say these things, Evan, but let's be honest. I don't think anyone is actually stuck to rules as written for message. It's basically just cell phones in D&D.
Yeah.
No one really sticks to the point and click sort of message. It's just, I cast message over there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like that is what message is.
It's an S tier.
I mean, it depends on the DM, I guess. I've played with people who are strict about it.
Yeah, I think it's just because for those, it's not even that though. I mean, the amount of classes that can cast it. You're talking artificers, bards, sorcerers, wizards. It is such an underutilized, a utilized cantrip that if you were to create that and you see message, you take message every time you build that class. You have to take that. You just do because it is that class, right? I would say it's above Eldritch Blast, below Guidance.
Yeah.
Because of I would use message more than I would use Mage Hand. Eldritch Blast is up there because it's the Warlock thing. We agree that it needs to be up there, but message is up there. But message is below Guidance for me. Right, next one. I am going to speed through these because I'm conscious of time. So Mind Sliver, 1 action to cast, 60 feet range, can be cast by sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. You drive a disorientating spike of psychic energy into the mind of one creature you see within range. The target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take 1d6 psychic damage and subtract 1d4 of the next saving throw it makes before the end of its turn.
IA.
Yeah, I agree. A tier. Definitely A.
Mind Sliver is fantastic.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it above Minor Illusion.
I would put it between
Firebolt and Minor Illusion.
Firebolt,
Yeah, I think unanimous decision on that. Easy enough. Yeah. Sorry if you guys are typing in chat, but that's where it's going and that's where it stays. Let's go on to the next one, which is Mold Earth. I just need to get this one up. So,
this one infuriates me.
Yeah, this one, it's such a meh. So it's a cantrip that is an action to cast. 30 feet of range, can be cast by a druid, sorcerer, or wizard. You choose a portion of dirt or stone that you can see within range that fits within a 5 feet cube, and you can manipulate it in one of the following ways. If you target an area of loose earth, you can instantaneously excavate it and move it along the ground and deposit it 5 feet away. Movement doesn't have enough force to cause damage. You cause shaped colors and both to appear on the dirt or stone, spelling out words, creating images, and shaping patterns. This change can last for an hour. If the dirt or stone is on the ground, you can cause it to become difficult terrain. Take the music.
Sleeping.
If the dirt or stone is on the ground, you cause it to become difficult terrain. Alternatively, you can cause the ground to become more normal terrain if it is already difficult terrain, and it can last an hour. You can cast it. If you cast this multiple times, you can have no more than 2 of its non-instantaneous effects active at a time, and you can dismiss such as an action.
I'd put it above Gust.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say low C, but above Gust and below Infestation.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Evan, what's your thoughts?
I would personally drop it to D tier. I don't know. Like, you can take Earth and move it 5 feet. Well, let me get my hands.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, it's more of the you can shape things. I always imagine this spell like when Doctor Strange moves his hand and like shit starts happening to the ground and stuff. Like it's a bit like that. You just sort of manipulate things a little bit.
Yeah, but with what you can do with it, you can literally do the same thing with your hands.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what I think. I think I'm going to put Friends at the top of D tier. I'm going to drop that down to D.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to put Mold Earth just above Druidcraft. No, just below Druidcraft. I think you get a lot more. I think you get a lot more. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move Gust down to the bottom of C.
Yep.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Are we happy with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Poison Spray. Chris has just put Justice. Okay, Poison Spray is a cantrip that can be cast as an action, has a range of 10 feet, can be cast by an artificer, druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. You extend your hand towards a creature you see within range, project a puff of noxious gas from your palm. The creature must make a con save or take 1d12 of damage, and the spell increases 1d12 when you reach 5th, 11th, and 17th. I agree. I think this is kind of in the realms of Gust. I think it goes above Gust because of it's a higher damage die, and poison damage is an insane damage that is rarely resisted.
I would use it over acid splash.
What?
It's only got a 10-foot range though.
10-foot range is the reason.
10-foot range,
yeah.
and poison. Like dwarves inherently are resistant towards poison.
God, what the hell was that?
I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that at home, guys. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Someone playing Five Nights at Freddy's.
Anyway, right.
That wasn't me this time.
I would say Poison Spray just above Gust. In fact,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Actually, I don't think I'd ever use Poison Spray as a cantrip.
I don't know. You know.
Because the con save is just, again, cons are quite easily met by a lot of things.
Yeah.
Can we stick it in high D, and then we can change it at the end if we think like a
Chris says Chris thinks it's a B tier, good cantrip damage, good damage type hand farts. I just think I just don't.
The height of sophistication.
The thing is, though,
Now
I just
renamed.
don't. I don't think this is where I'm getting a bit off with this list, because I don't think Acid Splash should be in C. I think if we're going to do this, Acid Splash needs to move up to B, low B. What do we think?
We can all rearrange it at the end.
Poison Spray, where are we putting that then? C tier, definitely. But where?
Low C.
Low.
Above Gust, below Mold Earth.
Above.
I'd say above Magic Stone.
No.
Under Druidcraft. Under Druidcraft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Prestidigitation, S tier.
Yeah.
Behind Message, above Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
Below Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, I would say below.
No, I think you can get a lot more out of Prestidigitation than you can Eldritch Blast.
More people can use it.
Yeah, well, let's go into who can use it. Artificers, Bards, Sorcerers, Warlocks, Wizards, 10 feet range. It can last an hour. We all know what Prestidigitation can do, but for those at home that don't, harmless sensory effect, light snuffing out candles and torches, clean a soiled area no larger than 1 cubic foot, and chill warm, flavor up 1 non-living material for an hour. It can make color or a small mark or a symbol appear on an object, create non-magical trinket or illusionary image that you can fit within your hand that lasts. Yeah, I mean, it's I would say it's above Eldritch Blast in that respect.
Fair. Only because I say that because the amount of people who can use it.
Yeah, right. Let's move on to Primal Savagery. Primal Savagery it's okay, but I think it needs to be down in.
I don't actually know what it is.
Okay, so
I'd
Primal
say B tier.
B, yeah. Primal Savagery, an action that can only be cast by druids. You channel your primal magic to cause your teeth, fingernails to sharpen, ready to deliver a corrosive attack. You can then melee attack a creature within 5 feet of you and deal 1d10 acid damage. After you make the attack, however, your teeth and fingernails return to normal. So it's basically casting it on yourself as an action to then melee attack to deal 1d10 acid damage as a druid. It does gain additional 1d10 at 5th, 11th, and 17th level. What are we thinking for Primal Savagery?
I don't know why you would use it above just wild shaping.
Well, you wouldn't. But it's a cantrip, isn't it? If you run out of wild shapes, it's a cantrip. Deals acid damage. I think it's B tier, and I think it's below Chill Touch and above Encode Thoughts.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, we happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we went past prestidigitation, but just to make it a little bit better, Arcane Rogues can use it as well, which just opens up so many avenues.
There we go. Right, let's go on to Produce Flame. I mean, Produce Flame is, again,
is that a cantrip?
it's a cantrip
It is.
and can only, as
It's a bonus action, isn't it?
it's an action, and it can only be used
Action.
by druids.
Oh.
I would put it above Firebolt because you can't hold a Firebolt in your hand and light your way through a dark forest, but you can with Produce Flame.
Yeah. So a flickering flame appears in your hand. The flame remains there for the duration and harms neither you nor your equipment. The flame sheds dim light for an additional 10 feet. Bright light for 10 feet, dim light for 10 feet. The spell ends when you dismiss it as an action or if you cast it again. You can also attack with the flame, although doing so ends the spell. When you cast this spell as an action later on, you can make a ranged spell attack, and it deals 1d8 fire damage. I would say it's above Firebolt in A, above Firebolt.
Is it though?
No,
I wouldn't, because you have to produce it then throw it. You can't.
Well, you
produce
can
and
do
throw.
that as
You
the
have to-
same action.
same action,
Yeah, but
produce it and throw it.
And I
1d10.
when
Chris
you
says
cast-
what? Chris says lower damage die than a Firebolt. I think the reason it
But
goes
more
above.
utility.
Yeah.
No, you can't. It says in the thing when you cast the spell as an action or a later turn. So surely you have to wait. You have to cast it then
No,
throw
or
it.
a later turn. When you
You can
So
cast
you-
it
you
and
could
throw it, or
choose
you can
not
cast
to
it,
do
hold it, then throw it. It's
Oh, then I
You
would
can
probably
also-
put it above
so
a
it-
firebolt then.
Yeah, I think lower damage, but because of the utility, Produce Flame is just above. Not as good as Mind Sliver, but above Firebolt.
yeah, because of the utility. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Ray of Frost.
Oh, I don't want those.
Ray of
I
Frost.
Oh,
Ah,
Ray of Frost is good.
so good.
I'd put that above firebolt and produce flame.
Yeah, so action to cast 60 feet. Artificer, sorcerer, or wizard. A frigid beam of blue light streaks towards a creature within range. Make a spell attack. On a hit, takes 1d8 cold damage, and its speed is then reduced by 10 feet until start of your next turn. It then increases by 1d8 when you reach 5th, 11th, and 17th. I think it's just above Produce Flame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that there's no save for the reducing
Yeah.
speed, that is
Would
phenomenal.
it be
Yeah,
above Mind Sliver, even maybe?
And I don't believe so. I don't think so. Mind Sliver, no.
Only because you don't because there's no save, so it's just
Because
instant
there's no
effect. As long as
save,
you
but
hit, you do damage and you reduce their speed. Whereas
that
with
is
Mind
true.
Sliver, you have to do an intelligence save. Only then do they take damage and get the reduction.
Yeah.
This is just
Yeah,
instant
no,
effect on
I
a hit.
agree.
Yeah,
I
so
agree.
Ray of
One
Frost
up.
above that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Resistance. Again, resistance is quite an okay spell, but again, it's similar to guidance, but instead of an ability check, you get a D4 on a saving throw. So it's very situational. It's an action to cast, concentration spell. You need to know that the creature you're touching is about to make a saving throw in order for this to work. And again, it can be made before or after the saving throw. But I think with guidance, what makes guidance good is you know that they're about to do something that requires guidance. Resistance, you'd just be constantly spamming resistance just in case, right?
And then you waste your action.
Yeah, you waste your action. I would say that it's probably high C. In fact, I wouldn't even put it that high, you know.
No, I
I'd put it
wouldn't either.
mid to low C. I can't see. I've seen it before, but I've never touched it.
I'd say it's probably just below Control Flame, above Mending.
Yeah.
Happy with that.
It's one of those spells you look at and go, oh yeah, that's a cantrip, and then just continue scrolling through to the other ones.
I would put it below Mending. Like
Below Mending? I'm happy to do that.
I wouldn't waste my action on hoping
That's
that
fair.
someone has to make
Yeah.
a saving throw where I can fix something that's broken.
Yeah, that's fair. Chris, if you know someone's about to do something, you probably want them to succeed on the ability check rather than the saving throw. Exactly that. Yeah. Right,
Yeah.
cool. Let's move on. Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame's an incredible one.
Yeah.
Action 60 feet. Flame-like radiance descends on a creature you can see within range. It must make a dex save or take 1d8 damage. The target gains no benefit from cover for this saving throw, and it increases the higher level you go. Again, it's great, but I don't think I don't think it's A tier personally.
I would say B tier,
Yeah,
top
High
B.
I would
Yeah.
say probably top of B, above light and chill touch and stuff.
Okay.
Personally, purely and simply because it has got the range. It's amazing. Does require the dex save, but most cantrips do require saving throws. But I think as a cleric, I would always pick Toll the Dead and Sacred Flame as my 2 damage dealing cantrips.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
and
a
also
cleric.
one of
Light
the
more,
few.
though. I think I would use
but it's
light
what-
more.
Yeah.
So I think it should be below light.
No,
fair,
I
to be-
don't. I really don't think so because it's one of the
No.
few cantrips, damaging cantrips
if
that
we're gonna-
uses
I
radiant
also would
damage.
say if we're doing that though, I would also put Dancing Lights behind it in B and above light.
Yeah.
Move Dancing Lights down to B.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one is Sapping Sting. I mean, Chris agrees, high B, great cleric staple. Yeah, let's go with Sapping Sting. Sapping Sting is it's okay. I mean, it's not.
I'll be back in a
I mean,
minute. Carry on without me.
it's okay. So it's a cantrip, 1 action, 30 feet range, can only be available. I mean, it's
It's a Dunamancy wizard.
It's a
so it's only
Dunamancy and Graviturgy magic. You sap the vitality of one creature you see within range. It's amazing because if they fail the con save, the damage isn't what you're really bothered about. It's only 1d4 necrotic. It's the bit it knocks them prone. You can make the creature fall prone as a cantrip. Although having a con save to make them do that is a bit meh.
Again, it's specific enemies, isn't it? You target the less bulky
Yeah.
looking people.
I do think it's I do think it's good. I do think it's B tier. But I think it's above Encode Thought, below Primal Savagery. What do we think?
Yeah, I would say that.
Or below
Yeah, no, that's fair because it's specific to one kind of spellcaster. So yeah,
I would say it's up there. Okay. Dude face guy, sapping still knocks things prone, love it. Low damage, but it's okay. Again, I agree because you're never going to use that cantrip to deal damage. You're using the cantrip to knock things prone. And if I agree. I think it's there. Right, let's move on to Shape Water. I'm conscious that we've only got half an hour to get through the last few, but let's go Shape Water. It is
mid cantrip.
Shape Water is an okay film, weird film.
I would say BT on Shape Water.
Well, let me read what it does for those at home that don't know. So, it's an action to cast, 30 feet range, and can be cast by a druid, sorcerer, or wizard. You choose an area of water that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot cube. Manipulate that water by either instantaneously moving the water, you can cause it to form simple shapes or animate at your direction. You can change the water's color or opacity. The water can be changed in the same way throughout. You can freeze the water if needed, and you can cast it multiple times, up to 2 times on non-instantaneous effects. I mean, it's mold earth again, isn't it? But with water.
No, I think it's better because you can. It's more creative than the mold earth, in my opinion.
Yeah,
you can make a key out of this. I've personally done it.
I think it is, but I think it is in that realm of mold earth, Shape Water.
I think Shape Water is the best of the shape element spells. So of all of them, this is probably the one you want, but it's no better than that.
I agree.
So are you saying are we going C tier with this?
Is that where
I
shape
think
fire
above
is, or whatever it's
control
called?
flame.
Control
Molder.
flame.
Flame.
So you want to go above control flame with shape water?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Yeah.
High C. Below frostbite.
High C.
C. High C.
Yes,
yeah.
like mid to high C.
Yeah.
Mid to high
Why
C.
does control flame really need to be that high? The more we think about it, the
There's
less I
not
feel
much
like that's.
below it. There's actually not much below
No,
it.
below
is there
that.
not?
No, below that is mending, resistance, magic stone, infestation, druid craft.
Oh, then I'd put this above control flame. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, happy
where it
with
needs
that.
to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next is the other bonus action cantrip, which is Shillelagh, which is a staple for a druid. Cast Shillelagh as a bonus action. You can imbue your weapon, which makes it become magical, and you can deal a D8 damage, which as a druid is. I mean, it's a staple.
I would say high. I would say A, but low A, just because of
I would put
things are shaking
Shillelagh.
up.
Yeah, I'd put Shillelagh below Firebolt.
Because if you're a druid, unless you're
I
a
don't know.
druid,
I don't know that I would.
unless you're
though.
a druid, you're not gonna be close up. Every
mean
other
because-
druid is
yeah.
spellcasters.
Only
like,
because
mainly.
it's just druid and it's only just because it's just
See-
druid, I would say under Firebolt. But
I would put it above Firebolt just because it makes your weapon magical, and that's a cantrip. So you get a magic weapon damage which pushes through a lot of resistances. So whereas Firebolt,
Chris says, I had a druid in one of my DM games, and the only time they ever used it was to turn their staff into a didgeridoo to play in the party's band. S tier.
I mean that story alone.
I just think,
I'm happy where it is.
yeah,
low-
I think
low
low
A.
A. I think
Yeah.
low A. What do you
Just
think?
because
Dan?
it makes your weapon magical, I think it's better than Firebolt. Just because there's less resisted to magic weapons at such an early stage as well. A level 1 with a magic weapon on a bonus action,
Bonus
And then-
action though.
and then
yeah.
after that, you can just have weapons and turn the magical as a bonus action and go in.
I would agree, but I think Firebolt and Produce Flame can also be used as a druid, and I think
And-
you
and
would-
have the
but fire,
caveat.
but fire resistance is a lot higher than it is to just normal magic weapons.
no, I think
But
you would cast
the caveat
Firebolt.
is
I think you cast Firebolt a lot more than you would cast Shillelagh if you're a druid, personally.
Well, that's just but druids can't learn Firebolt.
no, but produce flame.
They can
But I-
produce flame, but druids can't learn Firebolt. It's not in their spell list.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
So
true.
Produce Flame.
I think more people can cast Firebolt though, can't they?
Yeah.
They can, but that's a different class
so you-
altogether.
Are you saying?
Yes.
So what are we saying? Above or below Firebolt? It's definitely
put it
I
there.
would
above.
I would put it below.
Okay, Evan.
Just.
I would put it below because the only weapons you can use on Shillelagh is wooden weapons.
Yeah.
It has to be a club or a
You have to
staff.
concede this one again, Dan. I'm afraid.
I mean, it's fine. You can have your opinions.
We
and you can
can
be wrong.
listen. We can be wrong. That's fine. Right. Here's another great one. Shocking Grasp, I think, is a great one.
Straight up.
One action, although the range is touch, can be cast by an artificer, sorcerer, or wizard. Lightning springs from your hand to deliver a shock to a creature you try to touch. Make a melee spell attack against the target. You have advantage on the attack roll if the target is wearing armor made of metal. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 lightning damage, and then it cannot take reactions until the start of its next turn. This is class.
That's the part.
High A.
The non-reactions. is
High
high
A.
A.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think it's above
Wait,
Ray
under
of.
Ray of Frost?
I think above Ray of Frost.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was putting it. I didn't know whether it was above or below Ray of Frost.
I don't know. I don't know actually. I think Ray of Frost. I think the speed reduction of 10 feet without the save. It doesn't have to make a save to get the speed reduction. It just has to
I
hit.
would say Ray of Frost is below Shocking Grasp, just because if
No
any
reactions
sort
is
of
a big thing.
spellcaster, any sort of spellcaster in a melee with a melee combatant,
Shock and
you
run.
want Shocking Grasp
Yeah, but you're.
because you're fucked. you're fucked.
Because you think
If
about
you
who's
can't
using
grab
it
it.
as well.
But you still are like most
okay,
things where armor
so-
made of metal, so
so-
you always get advantage pretty much.
Yeah, so
But
we're saying
I think
above Ray
Ray
of
Frost
Frost.
is better. I think Ray of Frost is better.
I would
10
agree. I think I
I
would
think
agree.
10 feet less of movement a turn is
I
better
think
than
the-
advantage up close.
I think they're very much equal in that same spot. They're
Yeah.
very much holding that
Yeah.
We're
same
happy
spot,
there,
aren't they?
yeah. We're happy there, yeah.
So you could. Ray of Frost and Shocking Grasp are interchangeable. We're happy that either of those
Yeah.
two could fit either of those two spaces. Okay, Spare the Dying, S class.
S,
100%,
straight
yeah.
up S.
S class, below Mage Hand.
I'd put it just below guidance, but I couldn't be 100% sure.
I don't know if I would.
I would put
Only
it
because it's touch.
below message. So you've got guidance, message, then spare the dying.
So here's-
just because of utility and the
here's-
amount of time
Nah.
used.
Okay, here's where Necromancy can be used can only be used by a cleric or an artificer. It's a touch range. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points and the creature becomes stable. Here's why I can't put it any higher than anything else on S. If you can touch a creature as a cleric to use Spare the Dying, you can lay on hands, you can cure wounds, you can prayer of healing, you can healing
yeah.
word,
Yeah.
and all of
I
these will
think-
bring them back to more than that. The only way that Spare the Dying is incredible, but it's at low levels, it's amazing. But I don't know if it's any higher than Mage Hand personally. I think it's
I think Spare the Dying goes much higher than all of those, simply because it's clutch in any given combat where you are losing people left, right, and center. You'd have to worry about potions; they are stable. Second,
And
I mean,
it doesn't take a spell slot. It doesn't take a spell slot. Every
Yeah.
other healing takes a spell slot.
if you're
Yeah.
if you're a cleric and you're deep into combat and you don't have the spell slots to do,
I think
healing touch or whatever, you can just Spare the Dying.
I just
They're
think
sorted, and now I
As
can
someone
focus.
that just died, yeah, I would put it up there.
yeah.
Yeah, I would put it up there.
Okay.
I would say just below message, just because of message's utility. But it's the third highest counter for me.
Okay, so you're saying
You're
below
above message.
outvoted here, Dan. You're outvoted.
Spare the Dying, you're going up there. I personally don't think it. I think it's
We don't care. No.
fine.
Wrong.
Personally, fine. Okay, right. Let's move on then before we start arguing. Swordburst.
No.
Swordburst
No.
is
D.
it is D. It's a cantrip that takes an action. You cast it on yourself. You
Okay.
create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around you. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dex save or take 1d6 force damage. I
D.
don't,
Unless you're surrounded, what's the point?
Situational, D.
but I think it's the fact that it's all creatures within 5 feet. So if you know that you can get within range of, it's D in it. I don't think it's
Yeah.
anything.
You also have
I think
to.
top of D though. I think it's better than Friends, Create Bonfire, Booming Blade, Blade Ward. I think it's above
Just
all of
for-
them
yeah.
personally because
Sure.
of
Because it does something, then yes.
I would say the Booming Blade is better than it, but I also think the Booming Blade is better than Friends.
we can move that up. I'm happy to do that. I think Blade Ward's the worst. Create Bonfire again. Yeah.
I don't know. I think Booming Blade is probably below Swordburst just because
That's
It's-
where
Yeah,
It's less-
yeah. So I think Swordburst is top of D.
yeah.
Right.
Happy with that.
Fair enough.
Next one, S class immediately is Thaumaturgy,
S class, Anyone
yeah.
that
But
can
I
take
think-
it, does take it.
but I think it's at the bottom of
Yeah.
S class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're happy it's
Straight
are we happy it's S class Thaumaturgy? Evan?
I mean, I'm thinking.
It's just clerics, but still.
I like the spell, and everybody likes the spell Thaumaturgy because it makes for fun. fun shit, but what can you do with it? You can blow open windows, you can snuff out candles, you can make your eyes black, and that's about it.
You can make your
like,
voice.
you can
sounds
move.
as
Voice,
well.
yeah.
I mean, you've basically just torn down all magic. Like, oh, you can just do these things. That's fine. Fuck it.
Well, like Chris just said, low A in actual in-game, like, it's pretty good. But in D&D bullshit terms that you can do with it, it's S. It's legit. I legitimately think that, like, you
Someone
take
that
it.
likes to play tieflings, and they get it, right? So yeah, the amount of times I've used thaumaturgy for like distraction tactics and stuff as well, not just D&D bullshit, which is 90% of it. But yeah, I mean, thaumaturgy is definitely an S. I would put it under Mage Hand, though.
90% is a little bit low.
Yeah, I would put it.
90% is a little bit low.
I would still put it at the bottom of S, maybe high A.
IA bottom of S, I would say.
I would keep it there
'cause
until we
it's-
finished.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's class specific as well, so it's only clerics.
Okay,
Or
tieflings. So, Thorn Whip is the
Um,
next one. It's an action to cast, 30 feet range. You create a long vine-like whip covered in thorns that lashes out at your command. Toward a creature in range, make a melee spell attack against the target. If the attack hits, the creature takes 1d6 piercing damage, and if the creature is large or small, it pulls you. It's pulled closer towards you. What is it's again? That is lightning lure,
Yes.
but with thorns.
Just with yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
a viney lightning lure.
You
So
can just put it right down there with it.
Here's my question though: is it better or worse because you can't use it on friends without them taking damage where you can with lightning lure, although it has a longer range?
yeah.
Right, so for
lightning
utility, I would put it under lightning lure, just for you, because you can use the lightning lure without hurting in certain situations.
I'd put it much lower because it's piercing and it's 1d6. Like, it's very easily resisted, very easily gotten out of, and
That is
it's
true.
just. I mean, what you do?
Yeah,
really?
I would actually say that it's frostbite is probably a better cantrip than Thorn
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whip.
but it's
Whip.
better
Jump.
than shape water, so
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Chris
Whip
went.
is cooler than lure.
Okay, we're gonna have to rattle through the next 5 quite quickly, but let's go Thunderclap. So let me just.
I don't know. Let me able to think here.
So Thunderclap, when used properly, can be really good. Again,
That's-
but again, it's 1d6. It's a cantrip, can be used by all casters apart from clerics. Bard, Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, Artificer. It's an action to cast. You create a burst of thunderous sound that can be heard up to 100 feet away. Each creature within range, other than you, must succeed on a con save or take 1d6 thunder damage. I mean, it's kind of meh, isn't it? I think it's kind of in the realms of Gust, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
It's in the
I
realm
don't
of
know.
Gust.
Yeah.
It's
Below
don't know,
resistance. Yeah.
yeah. I think it's down there. I think it's just. In fact, I would actually say it's probably below Gust because again.
Yeah. I would say that too.
It alerts everyone.
It probably replaces Swordburst as the high D king because I don't know anyone who takes Thunderclap willingly.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that's fair. I would
And
even.
Dude Face guy is right because it alerts absolutely everybody
Everyone,
in the bloody
yeah.
vicinity. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on then to Toll the Dead.
I mean, come on.
I see. S, right? Low S.
No.
Low
I don't think it's
No,
S.
High A.
Yeah, I
High
think
A.
it's A. I think it's
suppose
I think it's
it might be
below.
above minor illusion. Yeah.
I think it's below Minor Illusion.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that gives this, the only reason that this is good is it's 60 feet, it's instantaneous, and the damage is scalable if it's attacked. It's a 1d8, but if it isn't, if a creature has taken damage, it's a 1d12. The damage can scale, but again,
And
mind you,
wisdom
but I don't.
saves.
I
Wisdom
think
saves
shocking. Yeah, I think Shocking Grasp and Ray of Frost actually have more to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I think so.
It's-
The other
it's below
caveats
those.
to it. Yeah.
Yeah, below them, above Mind Sliver. Do you think?
It depends
Yeah.
what's. It's a wisdom save versus an intelligence save. So what are you more likely to come across?
They're probably high wisdom creatures than intelligent creatures. So
So
I'll say above Mind Sliver.
I'd say below Mind Sliver.
I think above because of the scalable damage. Personally,
I guess, but I suppose. I'm just
True
thinking of
True Strike. I'm just going to put it right at the bottom of D tier. Nobody needs True Strike.
Yeah, please do.
Doesn't need to be discussed.
We're not going to discuss True Strike. That's right at the bottom of D tier. It's an action to cast to give you advantage on your next attack. Like
It's
action
the
economy.
worst cantrip.
If there was an F tier, it would be.
Below
I tell
the
you what.
dodge action.
Let's just not even rank that.
It's true.
Below the dodge action.
You know what I mean? Like, well, let's not
Yeah.
bother with that. Right, Vicious Mockery. Let's just skip
S.
fucking True. Reactionary is the only.
Yeah, it's a
only
reaction.
reactionary cantrip. Vicious Mockery is an S tier cantrip.
Yeah, easy.
It
Straight up.
can only be used by a bard, but 60 feet of range, and it's basically if the target can hear you, you can attack it.
Yeah. It can
And
be used by tieflings
it doesn't
as well.
matter if they attack you. It doesn't matter if
You don't
they
need to be able
attack.
to understand you.
Yeah, like
know.
you just throw horrible fucking insults, and they take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its turn. It is
I mean,
fucking insane, Vicious Mockery.
it-
It is.
It's really good.
roleplay value alone is incredible.
I would
Just being able to.
I would even argue that it's.
Yeah.
I would even argue it's
agree.
above Eldritch Blast.
Oh,
Just
straight
so,
up.
Just so Chris can call the DM a prick, apparently. But
I
yeah,
just think. Do you know what I mean? I just think.
Yeah.
Or is it? Oh.
No, it
No,
is.
I
Like
think it
Vicious
is.
Mockery is.
It is, isn't it? I think because of
It's-
it, because of the disadvantage.
yeah.
Because
Well,
they're giving.
here's
psychic
the-
damage is hard to resist. The
Well, you don't
fun
do
you
it.
Yeah,
have
but
with
force
it
damage
incredible.
Yeah,
force damage is even worse to resist.
I think you don't. I think it's below. I think it's below Eldritch Blast. The reason you do
I
it
would
is
say
to
that
get.
it's probably
it's-
below.
It's reactionary. Oh no, it's action. Sorry, it's an action. It's not even reaction. It's an action for Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cast it.
you're thinking about
Oh.
Hellish Rebuke. I
Hellish
think.
Rebuke is what I was thinking of. It's an
Oh.
action. If it's an action,
Below Eldritch Blast.
I
it's
don't
an
know.
action to give someone disadvantage,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah,
I-
I would.
Don't.
It might be below Mage Hands at that point then.
No, so it's
that I don't
it's a
think-
wisdom.
Yeah, no.
It's a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they take a 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes. I guess it's a wisdom save, but I think because
That's
it's an action.
one of the highest saves of
But
after
here's-
Constitution.
Here's my take, right? It can only be cast by a bard who have more spell slots than most other casters other than cleric. Are you really going to be using it that often to give a creature? Unless it's one
Yeah.
main creature that you're attacking, are you really going to be using that above, say, Hellish Rebuke? Again, other spells that you have access to. I still think it's S, but I think
haven't used it, but yeah.
I would actually say
I-
it's possibly the bottom of S now, thinking about it.
I would.
No,
I don't
no,
know.
no,
I
no,
th-
no.
I'll put it above Thaumaturgy just because
Okay, above Mage
Mo-
Hand.
Yeah,
mocking
above
a
Mage
giant
Hand.
Okay,
death is-
above Mage Hand,
No,
below
I'd
Eldritch
put it-
Blast.
I'd put. I don't know. I see. This is the thing because I think HN should be above Eldritch Blast, but that's a different story.
Chris says,
If-
insulting monsters to death is peak D&D. It does damage. I mean, it is okay. It is. I
To
mean,
be
we're not
honest-
arguing. It's an S tier. It's an S tier
Yeah, no.
cantrip, isn't it?
I
be
think the
fair-
only reason that it's as high as it is because it is probably one of the most fun cantrips you can have.
Yeah.
Because you can just bring out your little book
Fun
of insults and
factor,
go, right.
Yeah. Fun fact
Vicious
has
Mockery.
To be, yeah.
First
And then
character I've
potentially
ever played
disadvantage.
always used it.
Okay, well let's put it there then. I'm happy
Yeah.
that it's
Yeah.
below Eldritch Blast. Right, last one of the night. We're not going to be ranking True Strike. It doesn't deserve its place on this
That
list.
shouldn't exist.
It shouldn't be there. It's a fucking useless cantrip. You spend an action to get. It's almost like Vicious Mockery, except you insult yourself to give yourself advantage. It's weird. It's so shit.
It's Blade Ward territory.
Yeah,
Can we just put it amongst Blade Ward?
We're not even ranking it. So,
Right, so
last one, Word of Radiance. It's a cantrip action, 5 feet, can only be cast by clerics. Con save to do 1d6 radiant damage.
It's the worst of the cleric cantrips.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't take it. I mean, why would you take Word of Radiance if you could take Sacred Flame?
No idea.
What's
Pretty sure
what's
Vito took Word of
the
Radiance, didn't he?
what's D tier? What's top D right now?
Thunderclap.
Thunderclap. I think it's between
Above
Sword
Thunderclap.
Burst.
I think it's. I don't know. I think.
I think for the
would
damage
put
type alone, it's above.
Yeah, I would say. Here's how I think we should start moving stuff around. I think Gust needs to drop to D.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, it was only in C because you wanted to put it there.
I think Mold Earth also needs to drop to D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Word of Radiance up to high C. Sorry,
I
low
would
C.
say- I-
Low
yeah,
C.
low
Low
C,
C
yeah.
below Poison Spray. I think that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have got to the end of the list. I've just dropped my pen and it landed directly straight onto my little toe.
Oh!
That's
Right.
some vicious mockery right there.
So here we go. Let's run through this and see if we want to move anything around. In D tier, the worst what? Look, this isn't Get It. We're not doing True Strike. That's not being ranked. If it was, it'd be
No.
like down here, there. So it's True Strike, worst one. Blade Ward,
Satan's Boiler Room.
Concrete Bomb, Create Concrete. Fucking idiot.
Concrete Donkey.
I was about to say Concrete Bonfire. I was like, if that was a cantrip, amazing.
Amazing. I
Um,
drop a concrete bonfire.
I like it because Noctis used it to kill some bugs. I did use Word of Radiance, but I should have taken Sacred Flame. Anyway, Blade Ward, Create Bonfire, Friends, Booming Blade, Sword Burst, Thunderclap, Gust, Mold Earth in D tier.
Mm-hmm.
Happy with that?
Yeah, happy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy.
Okay, Word of Radiance, Poison Spray, Druidcraft, Infestation, Magic Stone, Resistance, Mending, Control Flame, Shape Water, Thorn Whip, Frostbite, Lightning Lure, Acid Splash in C.
Yep.
All happy with those, yeah?
Yeah.
Encode Thoughts, Snapping Sting, Primal Savagery, Chilling Touch, Light, Dancing Lights, and Sacred Flame in B tier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's where we're going to get controversial. Shillelagh, I'm going to drop down to the top of B. I don't think Shillelagh should be an A tier cantrip.
I still think it should. I don't think there's
I
anything
would
wrong with shit.
agree.
Because as a druid, you have very few cantrips to pull upon anyway. Shillelagh will always be a staple of what you
Okay,
do.
so
You just get better sticks and make a magic.
Yeah. Okay,
Like-
so A tier is Shillelagh, Firebolt, Produce Flame, Mind Sliver, Hold the Dead, Shocking Grasp, Ray of Frost, Minor Illusion, all A tier cantrips.
Yeah.
And
Valid,
then
yeah.
the cream of the crop: Thaumaturgy, Mage Hand, Vicious Mockery, Eldritch Blast, Prestidigitation, Spare the Dying, Message, and Guidance are all S tier.
Definitely.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
Amazing. Well, there you have it. We've Mage Mold move Mage Hand under Prestidigitation.
No.
No, I think that's
Actually,
staying where it is.
can we put Spare the Dying in D tier? I just think that, if you're rolling death saves, you should just roll better.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
the
how
dying.
it is. Right.
And that, my friends, is a vicious mockery.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Uh-huh.
So, I think personally we did very well. That was a very good little thing there. Right.
Sorry about the time it took. There was
Yeah,
much
I
more
think
of those.
There's a
than
lot
of
we
cantrips.
So, do we want to play a quick round of Guess the Spell? Are we all Are we all happy to stay on for 10-15 minutes to play Guess the Spell?
I mean, I would love
sure.
to.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I'm good for it. Let's do it.
Okay. Does anyone have a D4 to hand?
Oh no.
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, roll me a D4 because this will choose whether it's a first, second, third, or fourth level spell.
Four.
We're deciding. Okay, so these are all fourth level spells, or do you want to go first level spells?
Go
Let's do
fourth.
fourth.
Yeah, good fun ones.
Okay.
Let's make this hard.
Okay, right. Let's go with this one then. Okay, this is a fourth level divination spell. I don't know if we should do fourth because a lot of these it's going to be unless you know.
Okay, let's go first level then.
Let's come out of fourth.
Do second.
Second level. We're good with second level.
Second. Yeah. Let's go
I
second.
rolled a 2,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Okay. Let's go with this. Second level divination spell can only be cast by a druid or a ranger. It's a touch, takes an action, and its concentration up to an hour. Fucking thing on it. Wait there.
Oh, we need
Honestly-
words as well.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the thing. You touch a willing creature. For the duration of that spell, you can use your action to see through the creature's eyes, hear what it hears, and continue to do so until you use your action to return to your normal senses.
I don't know that
Evan,
one.
beast
Yeah.
sense.
It is Beast Sense.
Fuck.
So 1 point to Evan.
What did you say your name?
Because you got to
Just
shoot.
because
It's buzzer
that's
sound.
you shout your name to get the mic.
Whoever goes
basically.
first.
Well, I didn't know that rule, so that's good.
Okay, so if you guys at home know what it is, by all means, write it in the thing. Okay. Let's find another cool one. Okay. Fucking hell. So this is an action, and it takes a touch. And the duration is 10 days. And it can be cast by a cleric or a wizard.
Evan,
Yeah.
Wither and Bloom.
Wither in Bloom is incorrect.
Oh shit! No, it's not.
And so I will give
called?
you to the next line of this. You touch a corpse or other remains.
Natty.
Yeah.
Ray's dead?
Raised dead is incorrect. So before you answer, Dan, you touch a corpse or other remains for the duration. The target is protected from decay and can't become undead.
I don't remember what it's called.
I know what it is.
I don't know. I want to say feign death, but I don't think that's what it's called.
It is not feign death,
No.
unfortunately. It is gentle repose, which means...
Yeah, oh, that was it. Yes.
Chris, you get a point for that. Nobody else in chat got that one right, I'm afraid. Okay, let's go with... I want to go with this one. So, this can be cast by bards, sorcerers, wizards, archfey, the Great Old One, the genie, and the undead classes of subclasses. The second level action with 60 feet range is concentration, and I will give you the first line. You craft an illusion that takes root in the mind of a creature that
Dan.
you can. Yes.
Why did I say that before I actually had the fucking spell in my head? Oh shit! It's called Evan said it earlier, and I can't remember the name of it now.
Evan.
Wait. Dan, come on.
No, Phantasmal Force.
Phantasmal
Yes.
Force is
Good.
correct.
There we go.
The target must make an intelligence saving throw. You create a phantasmal object, creature, or other visible phenomenon of your choice. Amazing. So, Dan, you get a point for that. Evan, you're on 1 point. Natalie, still nothing for you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm gonna suck at this.
It's fine. We all do.
Okay.
It's
I'm trying to
these
find them that don't
second level
have...
spells are quite hard, to be fair,
Okay.
because there's just a lot of them.
Second level necromancy spell by a warlock or a wizard takes 1 action and 60 feet and is a concentration spell for up to a minute. A black beam of enerving energy
Dan.
springs from your finger
Ray of
towards...
Enfeeblement.
There's Ray of Enfeeblement. Well done. Okay.
By
Are
a
you?
second. Beat me by a second.
I'm going to see if we can get some that everyone will have. Not in SRD. Let's go for... Okay. This is cast by an artificer, bard, or druid as an action in 60 feet and concentration of up to a minute. And I'm just going to give you the first line or the first bit of this. When you cast this, any creature within physical contact of an object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell.
Oh, Evan. Heat metal.
Evan with heat metal. It is heat metal. Oh, Chris with heat metal as well. That is true. Well done. Give yourself another point. Let's see if we can get another
Chris,
one.
you
We've
can't
got
play. You're not on stream.
we've got another thing here. So
Chat can play amongst themselves.
Well,
That
he does
came
a lot.
off. That came off. Worse
He's known for it. It's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna do that one, I think. Okay. Next up is a second level spell. I'm not going to tell you anything other than one humanoid of your choice must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for the duration. When charmed, creature must use its action before moving on each of its turns.
Evan.
Yeah.
Crown of Madness.
Crown of Madness, indeed. Oh, the law right. Raiding with a party of 13. Welcome, everyone. We are playing a game of Guess That Spell. So, second level spells, where I'm going to pick a spell from a list and see if we can guess what spell I am describing. Please feel free to play along at home by commenting in the comment section as to what you think the spell is. Okay, let's do that one. Okay, but thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Welcome to Tales on Tap. So,
Hello.
this spell is a second level transmutation spell that you cast on your on yourself using an action, and you can concentrate on it for up to an hour.
Dan. Alter self?
Fucking hell, he's good. It is alter self. You assume that a different form was the only clue I was going to give you. Well done. Dan is in the lead here with 3. Evan, you have 2. Natalie, fortunately,
I'm not playing.
you are not doing well.
Doesn't Evan
Wait, do I
Thank you.
only have 2? I have 3 as well. We are tied.
he got the last one.
Yes, you are on 3 apiece. You are absolutely right.
Piece of shit.
Okay, this is an action to cast with a range of 60 feet. You weave distracting strings of words, causing creatures of your choice you see within range. Here you make a wisdom saving throw.
Dan. I know what this is. It's the bard one.
You've disappeared again because you've moved back.
Sorry, casting invisibility. Shit. It's not vicious mockery. It's the
I'm
other
gonna
one.
have to push you for an
Yeah,
answer.
I can't remember it.
Oh, then
Yeah,
you
I can't remember.
you are frozen out.
Natalie,
Yeah,
is it hypnotic pattern?
it is not hypnotic pattern. Evan, any creature that can't be charmed succeeds on this saving throw automatically. If your companions are fighting a creature, it has advantage on the save. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on wisdom checks made to perceive any creature other than you until the spell ends.
That's not what I thought.
Evan, compel duel.
Oh, Evan and Compel Duel is incorrect. It is
No,
Enthrall.
is
It is
Enthrall.
Enthrall. The law right got it correct.
Oh yeah, because you said bard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
Dissonant
my
Whispers
God,
was
I would-
incorrect. Hypnotic Pattern
Hard
incorrect.
one.
Yes,
So-
whispers. That's what I was thinking of.
The law right. Give yourself a point. Well done. Okay, let's go for another couple, and then we'll call this towards an end. Okay. Okay. All I'm going to give you is the first line.
Oh,
Describe or name a specific kind of beast or plant.
What? Sorry, what?
Describe or name a specific kind of beast or plant.
No.
Okay, it is a divination spell cast by druids, bards, and rangers.
Fuck it.
Dan?
Evan, legend lore.
Legend lore is incorrect. Dan, go.
communicate with plant or beast, something like it's something along those lines.
Unfortunately not.
I have no idea.
No idea. So this is locate animals or plants.
I'll locate.
Of course,
So-
it's locate.
Cycle 1, you get a point. Chris, I'll give you locate creature. Very good. It was very, very close. Yep. Very good. Okay, let's go with... Okay. This is a druid spell that has a range of 120 feet, where the creature has to take a con save or take 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success.
Natalie?
Yeah.
The Moonbeam?
Moonbeam is correct!
Yeah,
There
nice.
you go.
On the board!
Amazing. Oh, Sunbeam is not correct, Chris. You lose a point on that. It is Moonbeam. Let's go. We'll go one more to see if we can get this tie between Evan and Dan called. And let's see. Get.
This is the time that Natalie gets it before either of us
Oh.
does. Like, I'm
Is this
still
a
in the
time-
game, bitches.
This is a tiebreaker. You guys go. I'm just happy to get my 1 point. I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm just happy to be here.
I'm going to choose a slightly difficult one.
The two wizards against each other, a former wizard and a current wizard.
Let's see if I can get...
I've only been one for 2 sessions.
Yeah, but you've done a lot of backstory for your wizard and looked through the spells, man.
I don't want to go... I'm not going to go with this one, I don't think. In fact, I am.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm going to go for this one. Okay, only a wizard can cast this spell.
Mm-hmm.
Takes an action, requires a touch, and can last 24 hours. And it has 2 different effects.
Only wizard, touch, 24 hours.
Yeah.
There's 2 different effects. 24 hours.
I think I know it, but I'll let them go first.
No, just go. If you know it, go.
Is it create food or water?
It is not create food and water.
24.
Okay. The 2 effects it can have, one of which is called Mask. Okay. You place an illusion on a creature or object you touch so that divination spells reveal false information about it.
I know what this spell is, and I cannot think of the bloody name.
I don't know this spell because it's not something that I have access to.
Okay.
So yeah.
When you cast the spell, you can choose one or both of the following effects. The effects last for 24 hours. If you cast the same spell on an object every 30 days, placing the same effect on it, the illusion lasts until it is dispelled. So, one of the effects is called Mask, and the other effect is called False Aura.
Evan, Arcane Ward. I don't know.
Arcane Ward is incorrect.
So you could steal it, Dan, if you do know it.
I know. I know the spell because I've looked at it before, and I cannot remember the name. It is. Oh.
I'm going to call that there. Neither of you get that. That is Arcanist Magic Aura.
Fuck.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
it's some long
Oh, wow.
ass name.
Yeah, Arcanist. Yeah. So, no points on there. I didn't see anybody get that in chat either.
Where is that from?
What do you mean? Basic rules.
Oh, is
Wow.
it?
Hmm.
Holy shit.
It's one of
Basic
those
rules.
very specific spells
Yeah.
that you can get that like it's not very used because there's very few sort of areas you would ever use that in.
Dude face guy, that was my next guess. We know, man. We know.
Obviously.
Obviously.
No, tip of my tongue.
Okay.
That was a hard one.
So, I'm going to freeze you out on this one, Natalie, so that we can try and get a winner between these two. So, this is an illusion spell
Yeah.
with a range of 30 feet. And the duration is until it is dispelled. So, in perpetuity unless it is dispelled. And you cast this on an object.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan, you go ahead, mate. You go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the first line of this. You implant a message within an object within range. A message that is uttered when a trigger condition is met. Choose an object that you can see that isn't being worn or carried by another creature, then speak the message, which has to be 25 words or less.
Dan?
Yeah.
Is it Magic Mouth?
It is Magic Mouth!
Nice.
There we go.
Well done.
Read that before.
Congratulations, you have
Thanks.
won.
Chris also got that one.
Yeah, Chris, you got that as well. So, let's find someone to raid. We're going to wrap up the stream there, guys. Please stay there. We're going to go and pass you guys on to someone else. Just stay where you are while we
Thank you
get
for joining
this
us,
across.
everybody.
Yeah, and thank you for the raids, guys.
Yeah,
thank you for
everyone
coming in. You're
yeah,
welcome to
we
come back.
appreciate it so
anytime you
much.
want.
Join us Tuesday where we play our regular campaign.
Yeah, and next
Thursday
Thursday
when we
where
play
we
our
play our
spacey one.
Spelljammer.
D&D in space.
Fine.
We did also forget to mention the giveaway at the start
Oh, yeah.
of the at the start of the stream. We did forget to mention the giveaway that we're running. Dan, if you want to give out info on that.
Yeah, so we are running a giveaway all the way through April, which will be drawn on April the 25th. How it works is, for everybody that subscribes to the channel, you get entered into the giveaway. You will be in for a chance to win some D&D dice. You've got a leather dice carry tray, some roll mats. There's 3 tiers of prizes, so there'll be 3 winners announced on the 25th. If you gift a subscription to someone else, you are also gifting another person the entry in. But yeah, get involved and then come and join us on the 25th of April on our Tuesday stream, where we will draw a winner. But guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We're going to drop in and we're going to raid another channel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this evening. This has been a blast, and we will see you all next Tuesday. So yeah, thanks for sticking around. We'll see you later.
Feathers lives.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
See you later.
Hey.